Hello everybody, Mark, Edja, Gravito, Wolfric. Thank you for being here. Let me see something. Yeah, and more magic than normal. Okay, I just wanted to like double check something. And what's up, Minerd? Nice to see you. Basically, whenever I make a change to the stream, I'm always expecting there to be something, well, unexpected. There's always some sort of issue that you aren't able to foresee. And so, although all I did was add a second monitor, Passeri, what's up? Nice to see you. There is a log, Nick. There's a log. There's a few of them. They're infinite logs. Bonjour, Galwix. Yeah, I mean, it's soon the morning. I mean, I guess it's still. I feel like it would still feel like nighttime, but that's right. Infinite logs. I don't know when it loops, but it's got to loop at some point because it's live, but it's just 24/7. 24/7 burning logs. I added a second monitor here. And so normally that wouldn't really, there shouldn't be any difference whatsoever or tech issues, but it does interact like with how sound is routed to a certain degree. Because it's actually a TV. So like when I first plugged it in, all the sound stopped from there. Like the computer recognizes it as another sound source. So I'm just like hoping it doesn't get in the way of stuff. So far it seems fine. Bonjour. Brox. Also, there's some lag. There's some lag on this monitor that I have to. It even affects me when I'm just using the mouse. Never mind playing a game, but it's not meant to play games. I want to do this. Downside to stereo stuff, your positioning makes a huge difference. It's a log stream. Well, this is actually the gaming monitor. That thing's got 1 millisecond of delay. This, on the other hand, has a ton. But I'm not gaming on it, so it doesn't really matter. I'm not much of an expert, Nick. I can see and feel the difference, but how the stuff works and all that, I don't know. But so we'll see what happens. I'm also curious. Okay, it does change how I'm lit slightly. Okay. I had a feeling you'd like that, Vol. And it's funny because I even thought you may say, "Oh my," but yeah, I got a second monitor set up, so which is actually bigger than that. So I have some extra space, and I feel like I can put a fire up there, but also it takes up space on the desk, so it's a little less empty. Bud, what's up? Nice to see you. So warm and nice. Yeah, I added. It's just that much warmer. Where's my microphone? I have two, and they're both right here. So here's one, and this is actually the other. This one just captures sound from the side, and this one captures, well, kind of in front. And with their powers combined, you get sound in stereo, in stereo, in stereo, in stereo. You have to talk about your progress at work? Yeah, that would definitely be, that would be anxiety inducing for me. I could tell you not to worry. I could say things like, worrying won't help, doesn't matter, it's not gonna change anything. But not only is not worrying not gonna change anything, me telling you that is also not gonna change anything. Is it really cold where I am? Yeah, kinda. It must cost a lot. They cost, the microphones cost a decent amount. But I mean, you can set up stereo stuff without actually spending a lot on the microphones. But they're both an upgrade from the previous microphones I was using. What does that sound like? Sounds like something from a N64 game. All right, so let's start off with some, we'll start off with some warm music. Ooh, G major. Ooh, oh, this will be nice and dark and brown. Nice little dark brown. No, not Dowland, but I'm sure we'll do Dowland. And dark and brown, yeah. Listen to that. Right? Listen to this. Yeah, when I said dark brown, when I said it like that, I shifted into a Bob Ross impression. What would it be? Van Dyke Brown? Thanks, bud. I played a wrong note, but I kind of liked it, and I know why too. So this second part. It's just that. I've always felt like it was really bottom heavy. You have a third in the bass, and then a leap up of a sixth between the top two voices, and then even more so, you have a third and an octave. And And by accident, I put a G in there. And I kind of like it. You have to go, didn't fall asleep for a while, and it's 3 a.m. Yeah, that's definitely late. That's definitely late. I appreciate you stopping by and saying hello. And you got to hear one song, but yeah, try to get some rest. Add this in. It's hard to write with the lighting like this because the reflection, wow, makes part of this like invisible. What's up, Tiger? Hey there, Tiger. All right, here's our stately Fantasia. Also, oh wait, I can do this. I knew it. Sorry, I'm making things fit even better on the screen. All right, there we go. Actually, time out a second. There we go, even better. All right. Can this come down? Does it need to come down? No, it doesn't. All right, let's do this. The stately Fantasia. Kind of sketchy. Good evening, Sonny. What is up? I'm gonna come back to that later. That was not, well, my face says how I feel about it. But we can still do some more stately Renaissance music, perhaps. Except this is one of Luis Milan's many Pavons. This one's in sort of an ambiguous key, but I don't think it's so important to even try to figure out what key/mode is used. But Edja, thanks for the bits. What's up, Cheap Asian? One of the most devoted lurkers in the history of the stream. So hey, Captain Moonscar. Number 2. Yeah, I don't, where was it? Guys, please. Oh, God, I'm not used to the cursor being able to go to a different screen. Sorry, I'm trying to focus. I know these all came as part of a book. As I mentioned yesterday, the first ever published book for Vihuela music. So it could be that order, or it could be something like just whatever book it was from. Like we usually do that with the Segovia studies, where this is like the study number 5. But that's just because it's the 5th one of the 20 that Segovia put together. Those are, yeah, maybe. But if you like talk about it like that, you know, naming it the 5th, or like referring to it as like the 5th source study or something, will probably actually be more useful. More people will probably know it as that than by its opus number. Take care, Edja. I don't like that, like that. This is... Wait, this... I guess I can try that. Man, there's a lot of... I'd rather do that. I've switched up 2 different parts of the song. Wow, I can't play guitar today. What's up, Og? Thanks for the heart. Chord melody stuff? Not really, but I feel like I should. Like I've always really liked Joe Pass. I'm not like a connoisseur or anything, but his playing has always stuck out to me. Well, this isn't really sight reading for a lot of these. It's somewhere in between. Like I don't have them memorized, but like I've played this one more than the past few that I played, but it's still a lot of stuff. I try to play, I try to play this plus the music I memorize. And it's kind of a tall order. Mark, well now we have two. We have Mark Robinson music and Mark Harris musician. So we're gonna have to distinguish between the two if it's not clear. But Mark, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. Also, how was the stream? What were you up to? Also, are there any mods here? Anyone? Hello, Sean. Can't think today. What's up, Keldon? My brain and fingers are both not. I don't know what's going on. I actually do have a couple ideas, but I won't get into it. What's up, Pajama? How are you doing tonight, I guess. Thanks for the heart, Shell. Yeah, I'm a little nervous because it's starting out a little rough. I don't know what's going on. I'm both losing focus. Whoops. I'm losing focus as I look down. I find myself staring through the page. And then when I am looking, I don't know, my fingers just like aren't moving. But hello, Casey. Thanks, Shell. Yeah, I didn't get the most sleep either, so I'm also kind of tired, which is one of the factors I was thinking about earlier. But I think there's actually some other more significant factors, but enjoy the lurk, Mark Robinson. And thank you again for the raid. Dude, I'm like scared to play. I'm like scared to play. Casey, thank you for the bits. 1,234 numerical order bits. Just curious. I feel like this may be sketchy too. I'm wondering what my brain will sort of do with this. you for the 19-month resub. I appreciate the support. Thank you for the heart as well. For those of you that have been around for a while, I'm having a recurring negative thought in my head. I think it's the biggest thing that's distracting me right now. Also, not being well rested makes the mistakes more likely to happen and makes the thoughts more difficult to change, makes the loop more difficult to stop, which then actually reinforces it. But I'm attempting to not say the specific thought out loud, as some of you have seen or been here when I've mentioned that that's a way to get rid of it, but it's not ideal, because I think the result of saying it will cause it'll have a negative effect, which is unfortunate. But also, hey Vivo, and what's up Brian? How are you doing this evening? It's funny, my brain is like it's coming up with all these things to say to like get closer and closer to the specific thought, but this is about as close as I'll get, which is addressing the fact that it exists. Unless, of course, it just becomes too much and I can't handle it. Thanks, Brian. It's a new addition I just did because, well, I added a new monitor. So, I now have this one free. So, we'll just keep it there and add a fire now. Got your booster shot today. Booster shot. Hopefully you're like me and you feel fine. I don't know how you felt after the first 2 shots, but all 3 for me, I've been like totally fine. I'm glad y'all like the fireplace. Also, Restless Guitar, what's up? Starting at 7 a.m. I'll try to make it as 7 a.m. friendly as possible. I foresee this one. I guess I just have to try it. I can't skip everything. I can't dance around stuff. Not dance around, but I mean, I guess I can actually avoid the things that may make the problem worse. We'll see. So you expect the same? Yeah, hopefully, because it seems like some people have felt really, really terrible. But I'm pretty sure for me personally, I didn't notice a single difference, which hopefully isn't a bad thing, but. guess that wasn't too bad, considering I added in the new fingering thing. Chala, hello. What's up? Yeah, if you guys have headphones, nice speakers, it'll make the sound will just be way better. What's up, Thayer? Nice to see you. Trying to treat this almost like exposure therapy. I gotta find some way to like learn how to deal with this. So I don't know, maybe the stream will just be me thinking this one thing over and over again and trying to, I don't know. Fru, thanks for the offline hosts. A little more Bach for your evening. Maybe I should try playing another thing that I'm not comfortable with. That's right, new fireplace. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't actually provide any warmth. But you guys don't know that. Except now you do, because I said it. But I could just be lying. I wasn't lying. What's up, May? It looks warm, and it totally is actually warm. It's actually a real fireplace, just like this real pine tree. 1 second here. Dude, I just like... supposed to be able to do this with my hands and not have it feel terrible? They do use real electricity. Real electricity from, your house to display them on your monitor. And to do the processing that it takes. Restless Guitar, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate the support. This is, I rely on all of you watching to support my life. And so every little bit helps, and the more people that can contribute to it, the more secure things can be, and the less the weight relies on any one person's shoulders. Just sort of experimenting. If I land in like the perfect place, it's fine. But if I don't want it to be a disaster. So I don't want it to be all or nothing. So if I can somehow... somehow make it work in a not ideal situation. So tense when more when that happens. It still sounds like... I try? I guess that was better. Hey, Henrik. What are the chances I pull my fourth finger in too much? Pretty low. Why am I doing that? Yeah. I have my finger in the right position, then when I go over to move it, I just like don't. Keep it there. I apologize for repeating this over and over, but jeez. I think part of the issue with a lot of this is seeing the effects of like doing what I just did on stream and having it not end up well, and then just I guess knowing how judgmental people are on the platform, that it makes it difficult to do anything where you are exposed in some way. It's very easy to justify feeling insecure, if that makes sense. You know what someone said I saw on another stream? Someone said while a person was playing and like made some mistakes, it's like, I wonder how many mistakes she needs to make before the judges vote her off. And it's like, wow, what a baffling comment to make. How do you think that made anything better? Go for it. Thanks for the claps. I'll do it later. I was gonna say something here isn't right. Something here is notated in a very strange way. It's very inconsistent. It's bizarre. I think this person. I think they might have. Yeah. Okay. Snowflight. Also, Thayer said, I think that mistakes is what makes live streaming special. I'm personally not necessary. Like, I wouldn't want there to be mistakes. This just happens with like live performances in general. For me, what makes live streaming special, for me, both as a streamer and a viewer, is interacting with the person who's streaming. It's why I sometimes sort of feel low energy when that isn't happening and when things are slow, or when I sort of like if I don't get a response back from people or stuff like that. It's just yeah. And that's as far as I can tell, statistically somewhat rare. So what I mean by that is most people are watching Twitch. You can almost be certain that most people are watching Twitch in the music category to just listen to music. So that's certainly the norm, but regardless, it's not what sort of gets me going, because sort of like Count said, do any classical musicians give 4+ hour concerts? No, that sounds miserable for everybody involved. Like, that's, yeah, and like Minard said, like if you're playing a game or something, they're like focus hard, like, and there's something going, that's something to engage in, but just like, that's where sometimes I can feel like I'm boring. What's up, Rich? Rich, I don't know what your view on this is. I'm pretty sure it's the same or somewhat similar. What I was basically saying, I don't know how long if you just got here or not, but I've basically been playing music for an hour and a half straight, and it just feels kind of stale. And whenever this happens, I get this urge to like say or do something. Because although, again, just quickly, like what most people want in the music category, you can tell it by like, here's what you can do. You can look at the streams, the top, you can see how many viewers are in a stream for someone who's doing music. And you can see the percentage of viewers to chatters, to people actually chatting. And then you can also compare that to how much the streamer themselves is talking versus playing music. And what tends to be the most common thing is like high numbers of viewers, relatively low talking from the streamer. Like they'll say stuff, but like, in between songs and things like that. But it's like, they tend to be closer to like performances or something like that. And there's not much like back and forth engagement, at least that I've seen, in the past 4 years. There may be like a lot of emotes or something, or just like emotes, clapping, stuff like that, but not actual like talking about a topic back and forth. But talking about something back and forth is, for me, what's most engaging. Again, when it comes to streaming, you're allowed to do other stuff while listening and on stream. Well, yeah, that was not to let me be clear, because I didn't say that, but it was not to because I didn't say that people aren't allowed to, I don't know, do other things. Like that's but that's what I was saying. That's mainly what people are doing. Like that's the normal thing, to be lurking to some degree, and like that makes sense. I was just sort of, I don't know, I guess I'm sort of engaging I'm acting out the thing I'm actually talking about. Hig? Maybe that's it. Add a subject worth discussing in the title. So I thought about something like that kind of recently, because I saw someone else do it on stream. And they actually had something written over here, just like a question. Because, I don't know, without that I often feel kind of, I personally just feel like I'm stale. Moyoch, hello. I have a feeling that's not how you say that, but it's my best guess. Do you like naked humans? Well, everybody's naked under their clothes. I'm naked right now. You just can't see it because I have a shirt and pants on. That's one of my that's one of my I don't know about favorite, but just there's a clip I have of a streamer. She doesn't stream anymore. She's just like one of my favorite people ever. I think she's like the funniest person ever. I have over the years I have so many clips of her, but she's ridiculous. She's the face that is the "this is fine" emote. I wonder if I can find this in a reasonable amount of time. What is this clip? Nothing's even happening. Oh, she's like making a weird face. She's the speedrun Ocarina of Time.
Part of education too. More student time again.
I don't know. This is probably not worth it at this point.
Or bone somebody. Oh wait, where am I going? If I was really trying to do all that, I've been way less subtle about it with other people. What if nipples were in the shape of almonds instead of just being round? They were almond shaped. How crazy would that be?
Maybe that could be the question of the day. Maybe that could be the question of the day. Courtesy of Mari MBA.
I just don't like it. You guys want to hear the story of the first time I touched a boner?
No one okay, no one phrases things.
I'm a penis.
Oh, that was when I tricked her to say that.
What do you want? It's your body.
I'm gonna play more music. I'll perhaps find this quote, this clip a little later. All right. Oh yeah, I trolled her. I forget why it came up, but it was like people were talking about the like spell I cup. You know that trick? You know that trick from grade school? You know that trick? Spell I cup. And then, you know. And so I had a much more elaborate one that I remembered from school. Exactly, Count. Exactly. Exactly. Which those types of names, I love those too. They're so stupid. I love it. Because I am still incredibly immature. All right. I mean, I couldn't help but laughing from one of those clips. So, you saw it. I couldn't even get through the whole thing. was trying to think of a good question as I was playing. I can't really think. Oh, man. See, I overthink everything, too, which is another issue. I'm going to feel like everything is lame. Like, especially when it comes to words. Whether it's a title of something or lyrics to a song or anything like that, anything written out, a speech, something written for class, anything like that, I'm always like, oh, it's just never felt... Something's always felt weird. I'm not sure why. It's like, you know what the question was that I thought of? It was like, oh, is anybody doing anything special for the holidays? And it's like, I guess it's a fine question, but like, I don't know, it's pretty like superficial question. Right? Like, going to my family's place or something like that, you know what I mean? Yeah, Brian, I'm the exact same way. I think that's why probably why it takes me so long to respond to people's messages, just in general. You like to throw games? Also, Sunny says it's not. I mean, it's like not actually. It's not like, oh my god, I can't believe you asked what a person was, you know, what a person's gonna do for the holidays. It's like, you know, it's not a ridiculous question, but it's just like, I feel like maybe not stupid or super, but by superficial I meant not deep, just to be clear, because people can use superficial in other ways where there's like a negative connotation, but I didn't mean it with any negative connotation. It was just like there oftentimes isn't much there's maybe not much after besides like, oh, cool. But I mean, it could be something like, I could foresee some people being like, I don't know, maybe someone's going somewhere and someone lives in that area or knows someone from around there, something like that. But yeah, or someone's doing that, you know, traveling to Antarctica. Is anyone traveling to Antarctica? How about this? You guys are almost already doing it. Who here overanalyzes their messages? Text messages, emails, Twitch whispers, DMs, anything. Slash semi-panics before they make a phone call. Regardless of what it is. Regardless of what it is. Like, or answer a phone call? Yeah, that too. She's like, huh? Which is probably because there's some unknown that's like there's a bunch of unknowns that could pop up. Especially when it comes to like talking to someone in real time. Then you can't even sit and go like, oh, should I say this? What should I do? Which, I don't know, maybe is actually better. Actually, that's probably better for the most part. Well, that's what I mean, right? You took a bunch of time to answer the person, and then in the end, it was like the wrong thing to do. Those humans, complicated creatures. Am I right? Eh? Am I right? Kind of complicated. Whole communication thing. Kind of tricky. Kind of tricky. Send letters? I can't remember the last time I sent a letter. I'm gonna actually think about. I'm gonna play this song and I'm gonna think about the last time I sent a letter. It has to have been at least 20 years ago, right? Maybe, I don't know. Should I that was called By Candlelight, and it's by Andrew York. So for a while, what's up, IBM? There was a while when I used to talk while playing. like all the time. And then I made a conscious decision to stop because I thought perhaps people would want to hear the music instead of me talking over it. But maybe I should go back to it. Because I've mentioned this a bunch of times before. Not that it's easy to, play a game while also reading chat and talking, but there's something about music where it's so sound heavy that speaking over it or during it, however you want to say it, automatically means there's some sort of interference going on with the main thing you're doing. So I figured it would be it wouldn't be beneficial to talk over it, but perhaps it's better to do that than to just talk in between the songs. Because if you're gonna talk at that's a long time to go without saying anything. And then if you want to say anything of substance, it's a long time to go without playing anything. So I'm not sure really how to resolve that. I don't know if there's a perfect scenario, at least not at the moment. What's up, Will? How are you doing? Also, when was the last time you sent a written letter? It'll be harder to clip. Yeah, for sure. That was another thing too. It's like, what if you play something really well? But at this point, I feel like it keeps getting messed up by sounds other places that, doing something for YouTube. Happening on stream is like, I don't know. Plus, hey, Hélène, bonsoir. Nice to see you. I just ordered a new camera earlier today. It should be here in about a week or so. And so with that, I'd like to do specific setup and stuff for videos to go up on YouTube. And potentially a second angle for the stream. Now, I'm not sure exactly how that would work, whether it's changing scenes altogether or having an alternate view right here or something just overlaid over. I know there are some people that have said they'd like that. I tend to like something where it's just a cleaner screen, but maybe, I don't know. I guess I'm not the one who's watching my stream, so it's not really up to me in a certain sense. So basically 1 week to do a fundraiser goal. Never going back again. I am not familiar with it. Can you give us more info on the song? As I play the teen drama scene transition music. By Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, I've never heard it. I wonder, has anyone else here? Has anyone here heard it? There's got to be someone else, right? Joyful guitar part and sad lyrics. I'm down for that. Sounds like Boy Meets World or Full House transition. Yeah, exactly. What camera did I get? Sony CyberShot RX100 5 or V. Going to be a 5, but I think that's all of it. Claire recommended it. What's up, Willie? Nice guitar part, but too hard to play. Just gotta practice. Just gotta practice. And then practice some more. And then practice some more after that. Yeah, I think this is a big... The whole talking thing, I think, is a big issue that I've never fully solved. And that's like, I've over the years, I've always had that sort of issue, both with the talking and then also just like how to focus and structure things. And that takes all sorts of forms. You know, it could even be like how many days a week or when you do it. How often do you go off on tangents and stuff? Do you do song requests or not? What are you gonna play? All that stuff. So I don't know if anyone has any ideas around that. Look, I was gonna make a joke based on what Count said. I was gonna do an impression, like that's what popped into my head. An impression of like an old-timey Civil War guy. You know, writing a letter back home to Marianne. By the time I finished the song, it was like, 5 minutes later. It's like, that's not how that works. It doesn't work well. Bobcat Goldthwait? Wait, do I know that voice? I feel like I should. It wasn't too late to do... It kind of was because it's like not in my head anymore. And just like with playing music, just like I talk about with playing music, it's the same with impressions. If I try to force an impression or an accent or something like that, it ends up sounding as forced as it is. And it's not really... It's just like... Gilbert Gottfried? I guess that works. So who has plans for the holidays? Is it your first time playing Breath of the Wild and Ori? I've never played Ori. I've seen some speed runs of it. Also, I'm a little confused. I may be stupid, but Vol said I'm moving into the apartment I've been living in since 2017. Oh, emptying boxes. So you mean like you moved in 2017 but just never got to like actually unpacking things and getting everything settled? Okay, that makes sense. I read it and I was like, wait, what? I'm pretty sure we still have boxes in the basement here from when we moved here 24 years ago, something like that. Which is kind of interesting too, because it's like, oh, maybe you didn't, not that you didn't need the stuff, but maybe you didn't need it as much as you thought you did. Because I don't know if anyone here is like, I wouldn't say a hoarder, that wouldn't be accurate. Although maybe there are some people here, but just someone who doesn't want to get rid of stuff. Like I know for me, I'm always like, but that could be useful. And there are times when like, years after I last used something, it's like, dude, I wish I had that thing, but I got rid of it. And sometimes I'm like, wait, I do have that thing, and you find it, and you're like, it's like you find it's like finding a buried treasure or something. Digging through a box, and you find the thing you were looking for. Like, yes. Yeah, I was thinking that photos. Yeah. Oh, what's my plan? I'm going to my aunt and uncle's house. It'll be kind of crazy because I haven't seen them or any other of my relatives in 2 years. Literally since Christmas of 2019. So it's going to be exactly to the day. It's It's gonna be 2 years. But that's why I was like, so I don't know. There's nothing like too crazy about my story. What, you know, I thought of an example, like the difference between also hello, Lloyd, what's up? What I sort of meant before when I was talking about like a superficial question, I mean like at least the things that I sort of gets me going are things like, so think about the question, what are you doing for the holidays, or do you have holiday plans, versus a question like, well, we'll use a classic one, a classic Twitch one. What's better, chicken wings with the bones in, or boneless? Or the apparently very, the hot topic of pizza toppings, most notably pineapple, and whether it should be on top of a pizza or not. So that gets like there's more there's sort of more back and forth, more thinking there, but then there's like, I was thinking more of like, do you believe that there's such thing as good and evil, or right and wrong, for example? So if you try to the attempt to answer what you're doing for the holidays versus whether right and wrong exist, I hope is a clear example of the difference I mean when I was saying that there was, I wanted questions that are like, hold on a second. Well, that's where I wouldn't really, well, that would be one of the issues with it. They also get, as the question gets spicier, there's also more chance of there being conflict, which is one of the things I get scared about, because I've turned people off from the stream and just kind of in life too, by just saying the things I believe and not agreeing to the things I don't believe. And so that happens on the stream all the time. It can be showing things. It could be so much stuff. And I feel like I just ruin things in the end. So it's like, what's the safest? Just don't say anything ever at all. Just don't express your opinion, and you'll never upset anybody. But that's like depressing. And I wish it was easier for me to be like, if someone gets upset because I don't agree with them, then like, all right, see ya, good riddance. But it's not that easy for me, for on a few different levels, for a few different reasons. So I just looked up, I literally Googled timeless philosophical questions. Now, the first result for some reason if you just Google timeless philosophical questions, is scientific answers to the timeless philosophical question of happiness. I'm already doubtful. I think that's how about this? What do you guys think? Do you think you can so basically you doubt science. Oh, you basically you doubt science. Oh, so it's like, oh my god, okay. So what you're saying is, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. So what you're saying is science doesn't make people happy. Oh, geez. I mean, some of these are okay. What is happiness is actually kind of lame, I think. I mean, not lame, but like... You know what may be a better one from this list of timeless philosophical questions that I just Googled? How much control do we have over our happiness? What do you think? Yeah, there's a science behind of course, yeah. Yeah, that's where it's like, all right there, scientists, let's like, you're really gonna answer these like, these are not questions. I don't know if this is in the realm of science. Which is like, I think almost by definition, because they're like sort of in the realm of philosophy. I mean, this isn't always true, but a lot of these types of philosophical questions are just purely philosophical because we don't even have the chance to answer them scientifically. Like, or like, what is happiness? That's not in the realm of science. Like, that's like, what? Like, what the hell? Like, what? Because these are like really, really general sort of like, that's a word that's so sort of like general and talking about something so abstract that people are going to have, they're not even going to agree on what the definition is. Goodness gracious, thank you for the 4 bits. What's up? Or it's like, is this so it says where and how to find happiness. It's like, how much is that in the realm of science? Which doesn't mean, so I'm not thinking of science as like rational thinking. I'm thinking about like, I'm sort of thinking about it in the sense of like actually coming up with an experiment, having data, having a, hypothesis and testing that. It's like all these things are things to be talked about. This is like, I feel like this is something more suitable for therapy or something like that. It's like, where do you find happiness? It's like, what the hell? What the hell? How are you gonna try to answer that like that? I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? Goodness gracious, thank you for the 100 bits. Our data seems to show that no one is happy. Although some scientists are questioning whether the fact that just everyone involved wasn't happy with what they were doing. Oh, for a second I thought Vol's response was to how we find happiness. And I was like, whoa, that's either way above my head or something. Where and how do we find happiness? Well, that question reminds me of what we did in medical school. We washed our hands, dried them, and rubbed the previously sterile paper towel on a growth plate. The number of microbes grew out was astounding. But, what was the actual question? The science, I know what the kind of question is, sort of like, is soap clean? One of those questions. Is water wet? Towels that solid cush. Do towels get dirty if we're clean? Why don't I see? Oh, do towels get dirty if we're clean when we use them? Yeah, they gotta get dirty. But it depends on how you define dirty. Right, so all these things are like, they're like definition. What's the word? It's a type of thinking. It's like a part of sort of semantics, like is what you're talking about. You're not talking about science, because you could say something like, you could define dirty as being anything, any change to a particular object or material or something that now has something included on it or something like that that isn't part of what it is. So like something that isn't part of what it inherently is. So like if a towel even just has like water on it, even if it's sterile, that just by the nature of being wet, it's now dirty. Or you could think about it in terms of like something that's dirty has just something that's unwanted. So maybe it doesn't even have to do with anything that's unhealthy for you. It's just your hands are dirty. Maybe you have food residue, food that you're about to eat. You just made your own food, but you have, made a sandwich. I often get mayonnaise on my fingers. Like, I got my hands dirty, but it's like not. Or dirty could actually be involving actual germs, viruses, bacteria, stuff like that. So and like you don't even need science to like you don't need to test anything. So what you're saying is that yeah, you don't even need science. No, there's some things where the scientific method is not your best tool. Hey, what's up, Burner? Like, you can ask, for example, so you can try to, you can try to think about love, for example. And perhaps you'd be tempted to find the person for you by taking your emotions out of it and thinking about it as much as possible, laying things out in a testable manner. I'm not sure that'd be the best avenue to try to find the person who's right for you. Now, you could probably find parts of TMI. I mean, I don't know. I appreciate you sharing that. I don't know what other people. I'm not judging anyone. Who the hell am I to judge? the hell am I? I'm sitting here alone. Who am I to judge about relationships? But like, we can try to. It's what we talk about this with music all the time. You can try to think about aspects of music with science, but if you're going to sort of use that to create your music or to decide whether you like something or not, no, you just like it or you don't like it. You can maybe try to think about afterwards why it is. What do I tend to be drawn to? You still, that's not going to change. I think it's the mistake that, you know what, that the people get into who like hyper fixate on one part of music, or like, this piece, the music of Johann Sebastian Bach must be played at this tempo. And it must be, A must be this frequency, and this thing must happen, and you must play like this, and you can't play it on a piano. It must be done on a harp. And it's like, you've lost it. You lost it. You thought so much about the music that you thought right past like what was in front of you. And like, that's how I used to like to think about things. There's comfort and security in knowing that you've chosen the right thing. Objectively the right thing. But you're just tricking yourself. Because you weren't even supposed to try to find the right thing in the first place. I guess getting to this, how much control do we have over our happiness? I have some thoughts, but I'm curious what you all think. there's a little random DuckTales and Kingdom Hearts. Trying to find contentment. Yeah, that's a whole other thing that comes into play. That's like, so you see, that's why I tend to like these types of questions better. Not that they have to be even compared, but you know, when I'm thinking about like discussions, and again, the things that I tend to, I don't know, makes my mind feel better. It's probably why I'm bad at small talk a lot of the time, and perhaps overstep social boundaries or norms by asking too much or divulging too much information, when really the person, it's probably best that the person just takes my coffee order and doesn't get involved in talks about existential questions. Or maybe not. Maybe it is better that they do it. Also, I'm gonna do this. I just felt like Claire for a second. I had the urge to go, count? Oh my god, count. But yeah, there's arguments to be made. So, was it Casey who took it into the direction of questioning the question itself, questioning the focus of the question, something that's implied within the question. How much control do we have over our happiness? It's like, almost implied within that is that we should care a lot and try to control and find as much happiness in life as possible. But that is not something that's necessarily should be assumed to be true. Oh, true that we should try. It's not necessarily assumed to be, it shouldn't be assumed to be true that we should just try to be as happy as possible in life. Especially, I mean, again, it depends on what our definitions are, which are always important for these things, but the sense that I'm getting from things like the way Coco's using it is that happiness is like a somewhat cheap thing. And again, to use the term superficial, it's like candy or sugar or like drugs or something. It's like, it's quick and it's not lasting and you can't really rely on it. Perhaps it's not something that will give our life meaning. Yeah, like cocaine. I mean, geez. I mean, talk about a drug that's just like, well, or maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. Am I gonna get banned? Hypothetically speaking, let's say you have all the money in the world, and you're so healthy and you're so you have an ability to fight against anything that these drugs won't have any serious negative consequences for your health. Should you just pursue consuming the most the most drugs possible. If someone someone came into the stream right... Would that be a life that you think worth living? Or better, is there perhaps a better life that you could have? Happiness is subjective. That's true in a couple ways. I mean, again, I guess it's a... In what ways is it subjective? I'm not saying it's not. I'm just... Perspective, point of view, it's relative in that way. But this is what I mean when the search results first came up. I was like, man, happiness, this is what you're gonna use. This is what your scientific endeavor is gonna be about. And I think it's something worthwhile, but like, oh man, happiness, like what the hell does that word even mean? Is anybody even gonna agree on it? I think this is actually important. Perhaps I can... I think this relates to streaming for me, and actually all the things I find myself pursuing in life, is that they often don't just like... Saying that the thing brings me happiness is not even what it's not even what I'm going after. You know how many times I'm not half happy while streaming and after streaming? And so then you go, well, why do you do it then if it doesn't like... It's like, isn't the aim to be as happy as possible? And I think I think now this is like sort of me adding my own personal thing here. I don't do it on purpose, but I tend to find myself in life for as long as I can remember, pursuing things that are particularly difficult. It's almost like I seek out difficult situations. Well, where failure is like almost gonna be guaranteed. But those are usually things that it's like incredibly rewarding. It doesn't make me feel incredibly happy, but overcoming those challenges is like a better feeling than just being happy or something like that. Actually, Kush, wait, you mentioned Soulsborne games. So for those who don't know, Dark Souls and Bloodborne, they're two different games by the same developer. And they're notoriously difficult. like notoriously difficult and rage-inducing and just like like that's just what they are. Yet people just seek it out. Because, and you could maybe say that it's more rewarding to go through some difficult things and then overcome those difficult things. And like, I don't think this is a good way of framing it, but the thing that popped into my head was like proving one's resilience or something like that. Or like acting out one's resilience. Where people seek out things that are difficult. I mean, it's like part of a game. I feel like especially as you get older, because like as a kid, you like might use cheat codes when you're playing a game, and there's no challenge, but you're not playing it for the challenge. You're probably just like using your mind. You're just imagining things. At least that's what I would do if I had to think back on it. And people are different. But like the last thing I want to do is play a game where I don't get stuck. Oh yeah, I had Game Shark and Game Genie codes and stuff memorized. I used them so much. But I find myself now seeking out games that are the most difficult, putting them at the hardest settings. And like people who want to seek out, who want their opponents to be as strong as possible. And they want to beat like they want the hardest challenge and they want to overcome the hardest challenge. Also, do you think it's normal for people to date someone? Oh, date someone? Right, date someone based on their looks. Was just watching a streamer who was joking about this person who wanted a partner and was talking about how they look attractive, and he laughed saying, "I don't know where she came up with that idea. I just don't get it. Are people assholes or is this the norm?" I'm not sure I get this. I'm not sure I'm following the second part. Was it okay, the streamer joked about this person who wanted a partner, okay? He's talking about how they look attractive. I don't know where she came up with what idea? She was talking about she looks attractive, and he said she wasn't. I guess, okay, so that makes sense. I guess what's the connection between that specifically and dating? Was he, did she like want to date him? I guess if you can simplify it like that, did she like want to date the streamer? Because I already have an answer to that first question. I have thoughts. Talk about from long ago. Well, I'd say this. As much as we almost don't want it to be a thing, it would be in no one's best interest to pretend that physical attraction isn't a thing. Even if it's subjective, meaning like clearly there are people that are found attractive, to be attractive by some and not by others. But it doesn't mean the idea of attraction doesn't exist. Am I a psychologist? Nope. Nope. So, he would say that looks matter. Well, I think so. Okay, so this is what I was gonna... It doesn't need to be one or the other. It doesn't need to be like, you shouldn't take someone's personality. Do you either take their personality into consideration or do you take their looks into consideration? Which one? It's like, you don't need to make that. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be both of those. And it doesn't seem to be both of those. Because, no, I'm not a psychologist, and perhaps more of, what would you say? More of a jab at the weight of my words would be that I'm not a marriage and family therapist. I'm not certified as because that's a thing. So you can be a psychologist and have no expertise on like this thing, the specifics of this. But just like, dude, I've lived like I'm a person. To deny, also I'm not claiming to make clinical claims or diagnoses or anything like that here. Well, it's not that you don't need a degree, it's just that psychology, like if you were a psychologist, it doesn't give you it doesn't mean you're certified to talk about everything that could fall under the blanket of psychology. So I have like a degree in music and stuff, but that doesn't make me an expert on piano. But not to mention that it's something I guess to take into consideration someone's credentials, but you don't want to just dismiss something immediately just based on the presence or lack of authority. Alright, thanks, Kush. So again, with the attractiveness thing, like, there's a couple things. From my experience, like, I mean, geez, are you attracted to them? I mean, think about even the metaphor we're using. I think there's something important. Metaphors we use in life can often expose the sort of deeper reality or connections of things than we may realize at first. So like if you're attracted to someone, I mean think about if you like really find someone to be physically unattractive. You know, whatever's causing that or something. Are you gonna... Man, there's a lot of things to say. Maybe I should just do one at a time. Don't you think that person would much prefer to be with someone who finds them attractive? Like, I get the impression that one may think that they're doing a person a favor. But like, yeah, if you're not into someone, you're not doing them a favor by staying in the relationship. Just because you don't want to like reject them or something. Like, not everybody has to be compatible. Also, I'm not sure how well that's going to turn out years later when relationships are guaranteed to be difficult. You don't have anything in common. You're both repulsed by each other physically, mentally, and everything like that, but like you didn't want to take the things into consideration. It's like, you should probably take them into consideration. And so that would mean that you don't just, so it's not just one or the other, but then each one, there's different levels to each one. but like judging. But we always judge people. There's nothing wrong in. Okay, so this on its face sounds weird, but I promise you it's not. There's nothing wrong with making judgments. Like, we do it all the time, and we should. It just depends on what we're judging, how we're judging it, to the degree to what we judge it, the nature of it, and then how we act upon it too. Like, typically when we think of the word judge, we think about sort of judging them on like a very deep level. But if you just like sort of mean it to be like to discern between two things, I mean, that's just what you do whether you like it or not. I would not believe a person if they told me, you think about Judy? God. Listen here, mister. Sorry. Okay. Damn it. Now I'm just thinking about Judge Judy. Damn it, Edja. Okay. So so this is, I guess, getting to the actions. For one, telling someone they can't find love because you think they aren't attractive is wrong on like multiple levels. We can go through them. One, you just shouldn't say that. Two, just because you don't find someone attractive, like I said before, it doesn't mean other people don't. Because that's just a thing. Like, you don't need to be a psychologist to, I don't know, like, have you ever been with someone and like, I don't know, talked with friends or some other, like, I've talked with friends of mine who are guys who are like, dude, she's so hot or something, and it's like, what? And they're like, yeah, I gave my phone with Bumble on it to my friend one time because he had never seen it, and I saw him swiping left and right for me because I just didn't really care, and I was like, what? You find her attractive? Wait, you don't find her? I was like, it's like, this is crazy. But what you can take from that is either he's just messing around or something. He's playing some prank, he's doing something, it's all just, he's lying. Or what's more likely is that just people are attracted to different, people find physical attraction is different for different people. Just like different tastes for food or music or what they enjoy doing in life. There's no reason and there's no benefit to pretending that everyone reacts and responds to everything equally. It's like, for a split second, it sounds like something ideal and utopian, like, but it's not at all. That doesn't make any, it's also just so not true. No one's gonna believe that. No one walks around and goes like, yeah, I prefer no food over any other food or anything like that. There's a difference between judging someone and not having interest. Well, yeah, it's like, what does the lack of interest come from? And then in terms of like physical attraction, we also have to think about what the context is. Because what can happen is you can be with someone, be around someone. You can meet in certain ways. Maybe through work or through a common interest or something. And you get to know the person, that common interest breaks down the initial importance of attraction. You're forced to be around each other. You're forced to get to know each other. And sometimes people can develop a very strong attraction and well, I should stop using the word attraction maybe. It's tough because it could be either physical or just like romantic interest in general. And what people can do is, with that barrier broken down, the physical attraction has less and less impact on how attracted they are to that person. The person's personality ends up holding more weight. They end up, let's say they don't think the person is like, you know, a 10 out of 10, you know, dude, just the hottest dude. I'm just talking, also this impression, by the way, are just like bros from Rhode Island, so that's just the accent. Dude, so hot, dude. But maybe you care enough and you sort of, in a certain sense, see past that. You gotta see past something. Because, like, the person's not gonna be perfect. You're gonna look past something. You're gonna have to look past something. And there's a better chance, it seems like, that physical appearance will be one of those things if the nature of how you've met and interacted with each other wasn't initially based on that. So, a situation to sort of counter that, well, not counter, but just a different situation, is if you're on a dating app, the first thing you have, even if the site or the app or something tries to do away with it, the very first thing is physical attraction. It's just the weight of physical attraction, it's stronger than, it becomes more important than if you were to meet in some other situation. Like, that's just how it is. And, like, I wish that wasn't the case. Or at least I think I wish that wasn't the case. I'm pretty sure the best qualities of me are not in the physical attraction realm. I wish more people could have, I could get a chance for people to know me more. But whether I want that to be the case or not doesn't mean that it's not going to change whether it's true or not how it works. And, like, I don't know. When I like someone, people usually say they aren't attractive. Again, there are also, by the way, there are some general, speaking of science and what it can do, there tend to be, there are some consistent things when it comes to, like, physical attraction that you just can't deny. But it's not so much, people focus on different things. They have different preferences, different types and stuff like that, and things they focus on. And, so it's like, we're gonna focus on different things. We're gonna just naturally even find those things, in the collection of those things, they're gonna be different based on each person. And then the weight of that in the overall picture is gonna be different for each person. So it sounds to me like what you're saying is that for you don't weight physical attraction overall, in general, as much as other people tend to do in general. Based on based on what you've told me about your interactions with other people. There are also some people who are sort of like, I don't know, I've never been close to anyone who is like this, who's like sort of asexual and just doesn't have it. They're just like, they just don't think about these things. I'd be interested, I don't want to treat them like a science experiment, but I'd be interested, like I don't want to treat them like a lab rat, but I would be very interested to talk to someone about that. Because I think I can't help these things. Because like Edge was saying, so when you're out, what makes you notice someone before you speak to them? It's just like dude, it's just like, it's like advertising in a certain way. Advertising, and I don't mean so much in terms of actual, like, you know, commercials or something. I mean presentation. We're affected by presentation. And we're able to make like split second judgments. Split second judgments, and even at a subconscious level, we're able to tell. Oh my god! Like we're able to. You see someone who's like attractive or something. If you're like me, and you're just like, you don't have to. You don't think about it. You don't sit there and go like, oh, I think okay. So her eyes are in this proportion to her nose and her face, and also the golden ratio, and like you don't do that. You're just like. There's a reason. There's actually multiple reasons. There's multiple reasons why the booba emote exists on Twitch and why it's so heavily used. Again, one of the reasons because Twitch is filled with a bunch of degenerates. But it's the classic cartoon like, and the person's eyes come out of the sockets, you know, and go like, and become huge and like snap back in. Like, that's a pretty good, that's pretty much what it's like. That's pretty much what it's like. That's a better description than even the real description. That's better than literally saying what happens. Right, so, and like, that's how it is. It's just how it is. So, Morden... I don't know how to say this name. Morden Arathenu? It's a circle of hurt. I've been judged so superficially, I now find myself being superficially back at the opposite sex. Yeah, that's something that's, I get the... I promise you, I don't, you know, I don't know you. You've said one message in Twitch chat, you know, how much can I possibly know about you? I mean, how much can we possibly know about each other? Not enough to be like, oh yeah, I'm exactly the same. We're exactly the same. But maybe this is partially a message to the people who've spent more time in the stream. Morden, maybe I can say that. I understand at least why you would feel that way. And that seems like a pretty natural response. And that's unfortunate too. It's unfortunate that you've been, what I'm assuming is not only judged so superficially, but I would imagine, and like you don't have to share or not, but like I'd imagine it's come with more than just judgment. I'd imagine you've been like teased or something. Like there've been words with it, or that women have done something or said something back in response that was beyond rejection. Or maybe not. That's where it like hurts me. I mean, you guys, I've tried to tell you, like, I've spent time talking about how obsessive I am over thoughts and things that people say and stuff like that. And over the years, I've sort of created this idea in my mind that I'm some like physical monster from, I don't know how to say this. Don't take what I'm saying so dramatically, but because I was gonna say a lifetime of rejection, which is like somewhat true, but the picture it paints is like more dramatic than I'd like it to paint. But a whole series of rejection based on superficial things. And I've noticed in myself, because I'm a human and quite flawed on multiple levels, is bad thoughts and stuff coming up. You know, wanting to sort of like hurt the person back, like say things back to them, not like physically hurt them. And plenty of other people who've said and felt similar things. So it's clear, again, it's clearly a thing that happens. And it's just unfortunate on multiple levels. Because for one, it's like not fair. I'm pretty sure I've been passed up on based on like height. You know, I'm not the shortest person in the world, but it's been made known to me that my lack of being 6 feet tall or more is something noticeable. I mean, the term 6 foot handsome exists for a reason. But again, there are people who are not going to care. And they really deeply aren't going to care whether you're 6 feet tall or more. And it doesn't make me feel better when people say it to me or when I say it to myself. And so I don't expect it to make you feel any better. But I'm not going to say it to make you feel better, but just because I believe it. But I hate it, but like, you don't want to be with that person anyway. Now, like, a part of you obviously did want to be with that person because you were rejected, so there was some attraction. There was you were making some connection. You had to, just by the definition of, you can't get rejected if you were never trying to do something. It's tough. There's two things. What did I say I was gonna call you? Because PP Man is tough to say when being serious. There's a couple things. P-Man? P-Man? I guess that's better, yeah. P-Man? P-Man. We'll do that's okay, that's what I thought. There could be someone else. I don't know. This is not something that's in the realm of, human knowledge. Like, this is not something you can know as a certainty or not. But what I can say for sure is that I can't tell you that there's no one out there for you. No one can possibly know that. As much as it's easy to think that, you could maybe be like, I've spent, I could think about myself, like, 34 years of just like rejection, you could say something like that. All this evidence points towards rejection. What are the chances something's gonna change? Why should I think any differently? Why should I think anything's gonna change? And I ask myself this, and I ask other people this about me. On one level, you don't really have much of a choice. I don't mean to laugh like that. It's just like, it's like almost that straightforward. Like, I don't have any other choice. Like, either that or give up, but giving up doesn't get me any closer to the thing that I'm trying to, like, the situation I'm trying to be in. Although it can avoid discomfort. And that's probably why people will give up on a lot of things. It stops being worth the discomfort. It's just best to not even try anymore. For me personally, it's not how I don't get to choose this or not. This just seems to be in my nature that's not how I choose to go through life. I don't want to go through life minimizing pain. That's not my goal. That doesn't no, it's not just you, Connie. That is the most common. Hey, you look like some. You know, it's Serge, and it's most likely because we're both Armenian. Salut, Tanguy. Also, what's up, Brent Swag? I don't know if it's just me, but it made me turn cold towards the opposite sex. If you judge me, I'm going to judge you. It's just what happens inside me. Yeah, so that's one thing. So there's like multiple levels to this, and these are things that are like really good to talk with. You know, speaking of, you know, people who are certified and sort of trained to do this. I've spent years and years and continue, and earlier today, talked with, you know, my therapist about this stuff. Because I don't really see a better way to go about things. But I don't want to live. It's easy to live a life. Well, not easy, but it's in a certain sense, easy to live a life minimizing pain and discomfort. All you have to do is not do anything. Don't leave your house. Don't try anything that there's a possibility to fail at. Don't try to talk to people. Don't try to go anywhere. Just don't try to do anything. Don't set any goals. You'll never fail if you don't set any goals. It'll also keep you out of harm's way. No accidents will happen. But I don't want to do that. Me personally, I don't want to do that. And so I have to find out what types of pain I'm willing to endure. Partly to bring it back to streaming, I'm willing to, and for years have exposed myself to an intense amount of pain and discomfort. Mostly sort of mental or like emotional pain, something like that. Just all sorts of just failure and rejection and like in just a wild amount of like paralyzing amount of pain. You know, just the other day I ended a stream and didn't move for an hour. I just sat there and watched the person who he rated, and I just sat here like this. I didn't move anything. Because in my mind, I had failed on that day, or at least I was reminded of the sort of an aspect of failure. It is pretty close to the book. It's been throwing me off. I've been streaming for so long with nothing to my left. And now for the first time, there's not only something there, but there's something that's moving and flickering, and there's reflections of it, and I get reflections of it. It's just, but. So it's easier said, but it's easier said than done, but to, well, that's the thing, anti-creativity. That's what I was saying. It helps if your goal is to just minimize large moments of pain and suffering in some way. Your life will just be like this. For what it seems like, it'll be flatlined and pretty low too. But you never failed. It never went down. You never had to, it never went down. It was just this. You never failed. You never failed a single thing. Jump in bed and listen, go for it. So I would say anti-creativity. I would respond with what you said. I'm sorry to hear that. Now that second part. Oh wait, I see what you're saying. You're saying I beg to differ. You're saying you differ about whether staying inside will or won't help. You're saying it can help. In that situation, it seems like it could. Sometimes you want to. That's totally understandable. Right? I think it'd be bizarre if you were like, yeah, I just feel like going out. I feel like partying. I feel like having a good time. It's like, are you sure about that? Are you... Like, that's a really intense thing to deal with. Yeah, but I mean, it might not be, still haven't had the chance to hear me sing. Yeah, but that's because my main thing isn't singing. It's not what I'm passionate about. I like doing it, but... Also, I have sung quite a bit, but I know that everyone can't always be in every stream. I mean, that's wild. Some of you are here all the time, and it's like actually crazy in a good way. Like it's just wild, and people do it in other streams too. It's like Twitch is crazy. Dude, thank you for the 35-month resub, almost a year of subbing. Jeez, thank you, dude. Like all these things, this is why I like these questions, whether I want to or not. It's what it feels best for my brain. It's that there's so much subtlety, context, perspective, all these different things. Because like staying inside isn't just staying inside. It's like when, how long, for why. For why is a weird way to say something, but why? For what reason, I should have said. And so maybe, I mean, I can't tell you, and everyone's different too. So yeah, staying inside is a double-edged sword. Like, man, having some isolation so that you can, that seems to be a pretty universal, like a pretty normal part of like the grieving process for humans. But if you isolate for too long and you stop living your life, recovering from that necessary dip, it may make it less likely to happen, which I'm assuming you say isn't a good thing, right? At some point, you're gonna have to kind of get back to things. It's the same thing with like, not that the two situations are the same, obviously they're not, but they're similar in the sense of like someone who goes through a breakup or like a divorce or something like that, or they just lose, you know, so. Oh, Dax, we just added that. I forgot, yeah. But at some point, like, let's say someone just breaks up with you. You've been dating for years. I'd imagine it's probably, again, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I'd imagine it's probably not best to, they leave and the first thing you do is call up a friend. And you're like, dude, are you ready to get wasted? And kind of like, or like, you know, okay, well, you know, all right, you know what? Okay, hold on a second, time out a second. I'm gonna just delete. Delete what I just said. You know what? I'm not gonna say I'm for or against what I was about to say. I have a better example. I'm just gonna partly take back what I said. Let's try this for example. Okay. What's probably not best. God damn it. What's probably not best is to, the day the person breaks up, find someone and instantly like attempt to start dating them. Just be like, now, I don't know what world this would be in, perhaps a bunch of worlds, but at least not mine, but just like, all of a sudden just go to someone like, hey, you want to go out? You want to date? Like, immediate, deep, like, rebound thing like that. It's like, I'd imagine that's not the best. Again, maybe a trained therapist or something would say otherwise, but I get the feeling that's probably not the best idea. To be like, because my girlfriend dumped me, I need a new girlfriend now. I need a new girlfriend as soon as possible. It's like, probably like not a good idea. But that doesn't mean that you never find anyone again. Yeah, I definitely like that better than the other example I was gonna give. Because the other example, I don't know, there's you know what? Hey, a distraction, you know what? A distraction might not be, you know, I don't know. A distraction might not be, that might not be a bad idea. Now, I think you know what's actually, I think important and interesting about this is that this all started, we could find multiple starting points, but the initial timeless philosophical question that I Googled, the first result, how much control do we have over our happiness? I think again, it depends on how you define it. Yeah, it's different for everyone. And someone said it too that I never addressed because there were a bunch of things going on. But part of it is it's somewhat of a crapshoot. At least certain parts of it. Like, man, life is like brutal sometimes. God. You can make all the right choices, and like tragedy strikes. But it just happens. So the wrong thing to conclude would be, so we must not have control over our happiness. It's like, no, that doesn't seem right. Until you go, so we have absolute control over our happiness. Like, well, no, that's not right either. It's like things can influence it, and we can find ourselves in like terrible situations. And there is a certain type of control could be saying, what will be will be. And that's essentially the idea of like acceptance, which is really difficult. And for me, that's like one of my biggest struggles. Accepting anything. I keep not wanting to think that some things in my life are the way they are, and that they're not possible to change. Because some things are just not possible. And boy, am I terrible. You're not some lone example? Yeah, you're not, unfortunately, well, it'd probably be best to say, unfortunately, you're not a lone example, creativity. I was gonna say, super small, tiny, minuscule sort of like silver lining thing is to know that you're not alone and this isn't something that just happened to you. Because it literally didn't just happen to you. You don't have to feel, how could you say, like, targeted by life. Which is pretty, that's like a pretty, that's a pretty cosmic thing. I just screwed up. That's a pretty universal thing where you sort of, you feel like the cosmos or the heavens, the universe, the abstract idea of God has, you scream and you shout and you curse the heavens for your situation. Like that seems to be not a universal thing in that every person feels that, but like it's timeless is maybe a better word. And if we take stories into consideration, where control can come into play, this is also all without getting into the idea of control and free will and stuff, but I don't think we need to get there, but it's perhaps what you do with your situation, which is always easier said than done. Just accept it. Just move on. Just something like that. It's like, okay, yeah, just don't let it affect you. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, just don't let it affect you, forehead. That's what I call people out for in streams all the time. Because I talk about my issues and how I can't like really control. I'm like, nah, just don't think about it. Like, okay, dude, like, but when you a lot of in stories, a lot of the worst evil and sort of characters, and this is also in real life too, but it comes after someone shouts and curses the heavens for some cosmic injustice. And I feel like there's some sympathy to those people. Because it seems like usually that actually is kind of what happened. But the thing that, I guess, sort of determines whether you're going to become the most evil person ever or something like that. And there's a reason I'm focusing on this, because it gets to what Morden said earlier. Morden said they're feeling negative feelings towards this other group that's wronged them. And those negative feelings seem to be not justifiable or not reasonable, but understandable. But what you don't want to do is let those things like consume you. And I know it's easier said than done. And there can be moments of being consumed by it where you say something you regret or you do something you regret. But I would imagine, in general, it's like you wouldn't be the person you wanted to be if you were doing that. Yeah, so that's actually, I know you weren't like trying to make a point, but I think that's important. You should feel annoyed. I mean, to use I almost want to like have you use different word, like even more than annoyed, even more than greatly annoyed. because we love to point our fingers when something goes wrong. I mean, think about anything that ever happens, like in the news or public. It's just like, where can you point the finger? Someone must be to blame. You must blame someone. There must be some justice. Something needs to be repaid. Everything needs to be fair. It needs to be balanced. It all needs to be okay. Someone must pay for this, but sometimes literally no one's to blame. And you go like, shit, like, damn it, you gotta point us to, it was, sometimes the person points at themselves. I could have done something, if only I had done something differently, it wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm so stupid, I'm to blame, this person's to blame. If you hadn't done this, and if this thing had gone differently. And you might think that would be good if you can, blame someone else. Not blame someone else, because that assumes you are actually to blame, but if you can place blame, because you can, you can get some, things can be made somewhat right. But it just, in your situation, it's like, I mean, that's why your situation would be like, I think it'd be fair to say that it's like a tragic thing to hear about, and it's not fair, and it's beyond annoying. As someone who's not in that situation, all the things you're saying seem pretty reasonable. Even the sort of slight sense of like doubt and guilt, because you said, and I'm not someone shifting blame, like as if we were gonna judge you for what you said. When what you've said, people judge anyone for everything. People are stupid. I'm certainly not judging you for what you say. I mean, what you're saying is, again, I'm almost surprised that that's like the way you're describing it. And not just like, I would expect more of like, I fucking hate everything. Like, everything sucks. I hate you. I hate this. Fucking hate. Like, that's more of what I don't know. That's what I would expect. It's like, instead of like, I'm super annoyed, I'd be like, I fucking hate. That's, I don't know. Kush, thank you for gifting a sub to Anti-Creativity. Yeah, and unfortunately there's nothing, I talk about this on stream, I often say things where I'm expressing that I'm not feeling well in some way. I'm discontent with something, and the urge there, you keep that stuff inside. I don't mean to laugh, but like, it's just like, you're like, yeah, that's the stuff I'm not gonna say out loud. It's like, I mean, it might be best to say it somewhere, something, just shout it somewhere. I don't know. Again, I'm not trained in this stuff, but that one XXX Tentacion, so I haven't gotten a request for anything like that in a while. I know it's not a request, but it just reminded me. Man, there's a lot sort of going on here, because Morden's saying if feelings were logical, well, feelings aren't logical. That's another thing. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. That I'm tempted. I'm aware of the fact that I'm tempted to want to say something to not only ease your pain, but ideally just get rid of all of it. But I also know that that's impossible. I mean, it's a ridiculous thing to expect of myself, or for anyone to expect of a person. I mean, that's just like ridiculous. So I guess what I hope is that you're able to recover in the best way possible, as fast as is, you could say, healthily possible, or something like that. and that by attempting to create some sort of balance, this is where like really terrible things, some of the really terrible things seem to come from. In the attempt to make things balanced, and the attempt to be like, someone must pay, you end up in an attempt to have some sort of like cosmic justice. You seek out, so like something happened to an innocent person, you could say. So to make it fair, you seek out another innocent person for something bad to happen to. And one's able to justify that needs to be done. It's fair. It happened to me. I didn't ask this person to, like, someone's got to pay for this. And it's like, that only makes things that much worse. However bad the situation was, you just doubled it. And not to make light of any of these situations, but it's like, you know, something that keeps popping into my head, but it's like kind of lame, so I didn't want to say it. But maybe it's like the character that is, you know, Batman or like Bruce Wayne. Like you could take a kind of like the line gets blurred somewhat. And it's like part of the story that this is a person who could very easily have just become, in almost a justifiable way, a totally evil person. But my parents got murdered in front of me for no reason. I'm gonna wreak havoc on everything. Someone must pay. Again, someone must pay. It's much more difficult in a certain sense to not give in to that, and to not try to get revenge. It really just makes things worse. And it hurts to do. A less significant, but like pretty common example is like, people come into the stream all the time and they say nasty things. And it makes me want to say horrible things back to them. And sometimes I give in to the urge and I say things that I wish I didn't say. That in a certain sense I kind of, you know, I kind of like that I said it. I wish I didn't like saying it. But it's like, God, I just want to say how I just want to make this person feel bad. They made me feel bad. I just want to make them feel bad in return. Like I so badly just want this person to feel bad, at least as bad as they made me feel. But I know that's not what I should be doing. You've had that feeling? I'm sure we all, I'd imagine we've all had that feeling. Who the hell has not? I mean, I don't know. I'm almost envious of one who's never had that feeling. I'm envious of the, I don't know, the confidence, the security, the something where you've gone your entire life, you've certainly faced some sort of unfair thing, or someone's been nasty, and you've truly just been like, it's like, aren't you gonna say something? No, I don't care. Like, I don't care. It's like, what? When did you, like, how did you become so enlightened and at such a young age? A lot of people try to make you out to be a monster to make themselves feel better about the bad stuff they do. Yeah, and that's like the typical bullying thing, is that bullies do that to make themselves feel better because they're not happy about some other part of their life. Which, I don't know if you can take every situation in life and always say it's the same thing, but I'm sure that's really common. Again, I think the same thing with, like, Twitch, too. I've had to think about that. But even knowing it, it's still difficult. You can't... you can't really, at least not in the moment, like reason with your heart. Like people come in and they say just obnoxious things. And if I had to bet my life on it or something, I bet that a lot of the times it's never for good reason. Meaning like, what I mean by good is like, I'm assuming that people want attention. I'm assuming they're not happy with their situation in life. And what they're doing is, or maybe they're jealous in some way, or like this happens when people try to like sort of steal the spotlight for someone. They're not happy with what they're doing, so they ruin it for someone else, or try to take, they just try to take things from others because they're not content with what they're doing. But even knowing that, it's still difficult for me to not just want to like, just point out how much of an ass they're being or something like that. Like, why are you critiquing my playing? Why are you attempting to show off and be a know-it-all or something like this? It's like, I can feel like I can answer that question. It's probably because you don't have much recognition somewhere else. And you're not doing what you want to do, and like, damn it. And I should feel bad for this person. Not like I feel bad for you, but like I shouldn't want to make things worse for them. It's not coming from a good place, most likely. But like, that's easier said than done. Still super annoyed at the person. Super annoyed. My brain can't get off of it. Sitting here trying to play music, I'm just getting annoyed, and then someone comes in and does something else, and then, you know. And then right after, someone's like, hey, can you play this song? And I'm like, what? Oh, I'm so sad that you don't do that. I'm like, all pissed off that this person just asked me to do a song request. Even though they're just like, hey, I'm just a person. I just feel like, hey, can you just like sing a song? And I'm like, no, you can't sing a song. Also, I just said, no, you can't sing a song, but I guess that's his rationale. No, I can't sing it. Don't you know what you're writing? Did you read the rules? And it's like, but then another part of me is like, you know they're just asking this thing. You know no one reads the rules. You know you don't read the rules when you go into a chat. And I'm like, shut up, part of me. No, you can't request a song. You always read rule. You are, depending on your definition of weird, if you mean weird as statistically, in that sense, not atypical, then yes. Yeah. You are. I feel pretty confident saying that the vast majority of people don't read rules, and they also don't read like the panels and stuff below the stream. You can't find the rules. The rules only come. See, you have to press OK whenever you go into a new stream. You've actually pressed and said OK to the chat rules. It's how it works. So you have, whether you know it or not, you've seen the rules. You've seen them and you've said OK to the rules. In every single stream you've ever been in, as long as the person has rules set up. So those chat rules are literally copied from the rules. So everyone's seen the rules. But dude, I just like, boom, I click, I don't read the rules, but I'm also, to be somewhat fair to myself, I guess, is like, I am very careful when I first go into a stream. I am very careful. I'm very careful with making jokes, with just being too sort of loud or confident. I'm very, like, overly safe with everything. Until I get to know, like, sort of the vibe of whatever's going on. And I highly suggest that I highly recommend that for everyone on Twitch. Just like, it doesn't mean you have to be a robot or something, or that you can't, but it's just like, just chill, you know, you don't want to come into a stream for the first time and like literally first message, yo, what's up shit brains? And then you get banned and it's like, what? I always call my friends shit brains. What? It's a term of endearment. It's like, yeah, okay. Like, maybe not your first message. Like, how the hell are we supposed to know? Like, chill out, dude. Like, I also do that. I also say like horrible things to my friends. Like, chill, but and even sometimes after like, you still don't want to, like, on a certain level, you know, when it comes to jokes, although this isn't the most important, but I guess when it comes to jokes, I'm not saying that you can't joke about things. And I'm actually, I think in certain situations, you should be able to joke about whatever you want. But there's a difference. It's not because it's a joke. It's just because of it's just because of the context and the situation. Never comment in new streams until you've been there a long time. Yeah, I'm always just sitting, I'll say hi or something. I never comment, I never point out mistakes. I never point out, I don't even point out technical issues, stuff like that. Because it's not gonna help if you're going like, is this gonna make things better or worse? It's like, unless it's something maybe really quick, like, oh, you know, the stream's muted. Or you're on the wrong scene or something like that. Or like, we can't see this. That's like, you should probably do that. You should probably do that. But like, you should be using this music program or this. Oh, you have that microphone? You need to buy that. Like, your microphone sucks. You need to do this. It's like, oh my God, what is the person? Great. Now what is the person thinking? Now they're thinking about how, at least if they believe you, which I'm assuming you want them to believe you, now they are, you know, maybe they're singing and they're singing into, again, they believe you, they're singing into a shitty mic and their microphone is stupid. Maybe, or sorry, their microphone is bad, and maybe they think they're stupid for doing, like what good is gonna come of this? Like, technical stuff on stream is usually not a good idea. In the middle of a song, your guitar's out of tune. It's also like maybe not even after the middle of the song, because if the person can't hear it, you're probably not gonna help them tune it. And by probably, I mean you're not gonna help someone tune through Twitch chat. One of the ones I always think about is that Claire was tuning, this was like, geez, this was like years ago at this point. Claire was tuning, like just how like a normal person tunes a guitar. And this dude, assuming it was a dude, was trying to get her, she's doing this. And this doofus is trying to get her to tune with harmonics. Do this, and it's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? But if you actually ask that question, again, in terms of, you know, controlling emotions and stuff like that, I asked that question. And you know what the answer probably is, at least that I'd bet on, is that that person just wanted to just get attention. I know this awesome, sick way of tuning. Look what I know. And in the process, watch as I make the experience worse for everyone around me, except for me. But at least now everyone knows that I know the awesome right way of tuning. I'm dead. Shut up. But I was still annoyed. When I should feel bad for the person because they're so desperate for attention that they're so desperate for their attention that they're just making things worse around them and just doing things that are, well, just literally not good for anyone. Yeah, things with spoilers, dude, people spoil stuff right away. It also happens backseat gaming. There's a reason there's a term for it too. And not only do people not read chat rules, not only do people not read panels down below, but I've seen Richard Sage, for example, stream a game. He's playing a game casually, so he's not speedrunning or anything. And he's got his camera over here, and underneath it, in huge Zelda font, no backseat gaming. People just like, what you gotta do is, and it's like, okay, oh sorry I didn't see, I just only wanted to tell you that, and they're actually just, and it's like, oh my god, guy, like, do something. Do something that's not what you're doing right now. You know what you're doing right now? What should I do then? You know what you're doing right now? Not that. Like, don't do this. Don't do this. No, I'm not spoiling anything. If I was spoiling something, I'd tell you that this person dies in the end. But I'm not doing that. I'm not telling you that. It's like, now that's a joke, but... Unless the character does die in the end. There's that too. A lot of people backseat things that are incorrect. I was mentioning this to someone 2 days ago. A lot of times someone will come in, boom, doesn't say hi, doesn't say anything, I'm playing a song, and what they say, just without anybody asking, no one asked, and they feel the need to come in and say what the name of the song is. But like, what they'll do is not even say the correct name of the song. Not only do they also not say a name of another song, they'll say like 2 song names and like combine them together and say that that song doesn't exist. They're from 2 different things, kind of spelled incorrectly, put together, and then without asking, say it's the name of what you're playing. Yeah, it'll be like, I'll play this. I'll be like, exactly. I'll be like, wow, that's really out of tune. I'll be doing that, and it'll be like, yeah, but it'll be like Recordos de Aaron Huz by Segovia Bream. Something, it's just like, it's like, everything about what you said is wrong. Everyone in here is stupider for having listened to it. It happens like, it happens way too much. I mean, like, that's an extreme degree, and like, has happened like that. But typically when someone just like says something out of nowhere like that, they're very often just wrong, which is awkward for everyone, because then you have to be like, you gotta just go and tell the person, like, what you said, like, don't listen to that person because they just said something that's wrong. Like, in a better place? Not really. I mean, I guess it's somewhat like, it's nice to be able to do this and like talk about things. Talk about things in a way where people aren't just like, I don't know, being annoying or trying to like fix my problems, which I don't want people to do. That's another thing I've struggled with. It's like I like talking about issues that I have or that other people have or whatever, but like it doesn't mean like I mentioned to anti-creativity before, it's like I don't want to try to fix your problem because for one, it's impossible. It's just not going to work. It's just not what we need to do here. It's not going to make things better. As much as part of me just wants to make everything better, like, I just know it's not. It's actually just going to make things worse. And I have to remind myself of that. Which in a certain sense almost gets back to something before when we were talking about judging people. I know this is kind of swinging, but it's like I said before, like when you judge people, it's like, but it's just what popped into my head. Part of what I was saying is like, I believe that it's totally normal and okay and almost necessary. You have to judge. You have to discern between different things in life. But it's just, when do you do it? How do you do it? And do you act upon it? And in what ways do you act? So like, you can think terrible things, but like, if you don't do them, like, I don't know, like, we don't control our thoughts. We don't get like, I've thought really mean things. Also really weird things. But you just don't do them. Like, and I don't mean just don't do it, forehead, but like, but the difference is kind of that. And that's where some, without actually getting into like religion itself, because it's, yeah, your filter, exactly. You're like, you don't, and little kids don't have that. We go, oh, you know, they go up to like, they meet someone and the person's old and like, why does your face look funny or something? What's that weird thing on your head? Why do you look like something? It's like, oh, those kids say the darndest things. It's like, oh snap, let's get some followers. Oh, dude, I wanted some followers. Oh, pfft. So, like, we notice, like, you notice if someone, maybe someone has something wrong with, maybe, I don't know. Maybe someone doesn't have a face. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but because I meant that, like, it's a terrible example, but it's so extreme. God damn it. Now I can't even, I feel like I have to go and say something else. I can't even back this. I can't. I'm trying to think of, because here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring up the idea of not bringing something up. So by giving you an example, I'm automatically doing the thing, kind of, that I'm saying you shouldn't do. But I'm just trying to use it as an example. Hear me out. Okay, let's say someone was burned very badly and they have something like, and a kid would notice. Like, the example I was gonna give is, imagine someone like was missing an eyeball. Like they just like didn't have an eye or something. Are you telling me like you're walking around, you just don't notice it? You just don't see it? You didn't see, oh, really? You didn't? I didn't realize your face had no nose. Like what the hell's wrong with you? What do you mean you didn't notice? You didn't see the lack of nose present? You realize I was missing my eyeballs? Like, so you notice it. You notice it. You just don't say anything about it. You just don't say anything about it. What a ridiculous example. What a ridiculous, stupid example. But you know what I mean. Damn it. There's no good example. She's try to lose some weight. for one, I have a feeling, a lot of times people are like, oh, it's just a troll. I have a feeling that sounds like a troll thing to do. I mean, maybe not. Like maybe, I can't say what that person was doing. It sounds like that type of thing, but there's sort of like two responses. Either, regardless of what the situation was, it's bad. If the person was genuinely like, oh, I want to help this person out. You know, you should lose some weight. It's like, wow, don't say that. Just don't say that. And if you have to say why, you shouldn't say that. You're almost beyond saving. I think it's obvious to everyone here why you wouldn't say that. And if they're just trolling, it's like, oh, you're so stupid. Like, you're just making things worse. And it's just... I'm trying to think if there are any other sort of situations where that could happen. Or why that would be. Because Renswag says, like we often do, like, what the fuck? So you're basically saying, why is this? You're questioning why it's happening. And I think those questions that we have that are rhetorical, it'd be really helpful to treat them like real questions. Because oftentimes we use those questions, and I've mentioned this on stream before, like, we ask questions that are actually just rhetorical. We're saying someone does something, we don't understand it, so we say, why would someone do that? And what we're really saying is, no one would ever do that. And it's not so obvious when you put it in the form of a question. But you, like, instantly, I don't know, suppress or satisfy some part of yourself by not having to actually answer the question. Because if you went, hey, this person just did this terrible thing, like, this person just murdered some random person, and you went, no one's done that, be like, what? Nah, like, it just happened. It just happened. No, it didn't. But if you go, like, but if you go, why would someone do that? That's much easier, because then you don't have to think about it. You don't have to think, why would someone just kill a random, like, it's a crazy thing. Like, why would you want to think about that? Now, like, that's a pretty extreme example. But that's what I mean. It's like, someone came in the stream and said the person was fat. It's like, oh my God, why would they do that? It's like, why would they do that? Because they did it. So there's a reason. It happened. Guess a cartoon intro thing? You could. I don't know what the DMCA stuff is like. I don't know. No one knows. No one knows. Technically, you're not even supposed to play covers of songs. But it's something I've tried to, I found useful in my life, is actually asking and following through with the question. Particularly when you see something that baffles you. It seems impossibly wrong. You just write the lyrics. So how much control do we have over our happiness? You know, one of these other ones here that I didn't read off says, what is happiness? How to conceptualize and measure happiness? Is happiness possible? How much control do we have over our happiness? Where and how to find happiness? And also, is happiness justifiable? What a weird question. What are they even asking? What are they getting at? Who even thinks in that way? What do you... Can we play We Are Number One? No, but I can go I am number one. Was that what? Is that Nelly? Did Nelly do that? Was that a song request? Oh no. Oh, can you play this? I saw Capriccio and I was like, oh, and I saw a capital A. I was like, oh yeah, I'll play Capriccio. Yeah, Morden. That seems to be oh my God, actually, yeah, I like Edja's little addition to it. That's right. You film it happening, and then you share it, and then you oh, man. Actually, let me do this. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Is that quote real? I did say it on 300/4/2020. Yeah, then I put your video, yep, on Reddit and Facebook and stuff, and then also farm moral points and like sort of sympathy points too, and like you just farm all the points. Boom. Level up. And then you also justify to yourself you're a good person. You're morally superior to the rest. I'm gonna run for a second, but I'll be back and I'll play some songs and wind down a bit after that. Yeah, after that. Whatever that was. I guess that's what happens when you literally Google timeless philosophical questions. Five, four, three, two, one. I was just counting down to when I'm gonna press the BRB screen. Come check out twitch.tv/Schnaf to lose your mind.
Oh my God, Schnaf, help! We're not going over there. He is indeed being an idiot.
Welcome. My name's Schnaf. I'm the idiot that Claire calls an idiot.
You guys broke Schnaf, like, seriously.
I understand.
He's been so perky and happy, and it's like, he's a joy to watch. I mean, he always has been, but he's so much happier.
Rear cow deer ear. Lion's gone prime ultra pig. Loot root coot reg pre chew food dude. Bangarang Peter. Bangarang This is how you rave. This is how you rave. That joke was way too long. It went on to, it wasn't smooth enough. It wasn't delivered right. The timing wasn't there. Do it like this, so it looks like I'm like, looks like my arm's like hanging off. Look at that, look. This one's got a yellow schnaffro. And I go out to the bars and the clubs and go,
That's why you're taking photos. Just kidding. That's why you're taking photos. Just kidding. That's why you're taking photos. Just kidding.
Stuck on a puzzle, Twilight Princess. This is my suggestion. From being a lifetime Zelda player, you could look for the solution. But like we were kind of talking about before, I personally, man, I've done that sometimes. I did it one time and I was so upset with myself for looking up the answer. There's a couple sort of like, not necessarily specific to Zelda, but you see it in a lot of the games. Well, you can sort of systematically, you hate using YouTube? Yeah, so I do too. So like what you can do is, you can systematically go through your items and go like, what possible effect can this have on whatever the things are around me? You can also try to attempt to get into the developers' heads and go like, they clearly set something up here. What do they want me to do? Now that may seem like, almost obvious, or like, what's the point of that? But I really mean, it's like, how do you put it? I mean, hopefully that like kind of makes sense, but because they use one item per dungeon. You're saying in Twilight Princess they use one item per dungeon, or like the other? But those are usually, like, if I were to just give general Zelda advice or something, it would be that. It's just like, go down the list, just look at the items you have. Well, it may be a situation then, where you want to look at something else and see if something is, maybe it's a situation where something else is being used. I've had lucid dreams like my whole life. Some of the things have been consistent throughout them, and there are some things that come and go. When I was really young, I feel like one of the first things I vividly remember in terms of like sort of being aware, I think more of like controlling my dreams. It's not necessarily I'm aware that like, oh, this is a dream, but like sometimes I'm more aware of it. One of the early abilities was freezing things. I can explain it too. I would just touch things, and what it really felt like, I had to focus, but it also just felt like a lot of tension in my hand, and the more I focused, the more the ice grew out. And the other ones, starting in college, I learned how to fly in my dreams. I learned how to. So the two things that have persisted are flying and also telekinesis. Very specifically, it's typically with cups. There's, for whatever reason, the idea of making a cup come right into my hand is like something I've practiced over years. And I'm like super good at it in my dreams. I know it's weird, but like I am super good at it. And it's weird because I'll think I'm not dreaming sometimes. I'll be like, finally, I get to show you guys that it's not just in my dreams. I told you I can do this. I'll be like, watch this. Like, and I kind of focus. It's kind of like, it's always the same sort of focus thing where there's tension somewhere, and the more I can focus on the thing, like the more it happens, and I'll have like a whole bunch of control over it, and like obviously it doesn't go anywhere because I'm obviously dreaming. But there are dreams where I do that and I go, damn it. I can use like telekinesis. Damn it means I'm dreaming. God damn it. Damn it. You know what's actually not super common reoccurring dream? So this person's a perfect example of like I'm getting annoyed and I'm trying to your favorite piano song. Yeah, you're getting timed out. I should just ban you. Your account was created 15 minutes ago. Like that person's I'm starting to think like nastier thoughts about this person. I'm starting to want to say things like I mentioned to you guys earlier. This one's a little different because it wasn't, oh, can you play this? No, you can. It's, no, I can't, or like, oh, okay. All right. It really annoys me. And for some reason I get this urge to want to let that person and all of you know how much the person is annoying me. But another part of me doesn't want that to be the case. Especially because I was about to tell you about a weird reoccurring dream. Which is I have these dreams where I stop a plane from crashing. And it's like out of control and coming down like really fast, and I can almost feel like when it's like I have to like control and like make sure it doesn't. You have to like change its orientation and like make sure it doesn't hit the ground and stuff. I don't know why that specific thing happens, because it also makes no sense because the physics are the jankiest physics. Hannah, what's up? Hannah, I don't report me to Twitch, but I stole your stream momentarily. I was improvising piano, and I was talking about I wanted to talk about stuff, and then we were talking about things, and so I did the ridiculous thing of I Googled timeless philosophical questions. The first result was apparently the scientific answer to the timeless philosophical question of happiness, which apparently answers what is happiness, how to conceptualize and measure happiness. Is happiness possible? How much control do we have over our happiness? Is happiness justifiable? And where and how to find happiness? And I was like, this is absurd. But we started talking about stuff around that. And I was thinking the whole time, I was like, oh my gosh, if Hannah catches me doing this, we're like, I stole her stream. I actually stole part of your... Mo, you want to learn playing piano? What advice do you give me? One of the things I always say is like find a teacher. If you have a specific idea of what, like the style you'd like to learn, find someone who specializes in that too. Also, Vader, what's up? I changed the donation thing, so actually you should. I apologize again for missing the donation. I felt so bad afterwards. I give all my ideas for free. No, I don't want to, like, but it's like kind of your thing. But I guess what brought it up is I was playing music for like the first hour and a half of the stream, and I said almost nothing, and I just played guitar for like an hour and a half, and it's like this happens a lot where I do that. And I'm like, what I like about streaming, I like playing music, and I like playing music for people, but I also like interacting both as a streamer and a viewer. And I was like, how do we... I've been struggling with this for years, how to really... And we talked about this, that like, do you talk over your playing? How do you structure it? Do you talk during, or sorry, in between songs? But then when you do that, there's a lot of space in between your talking. And if you talk in between songs and you talk a bunch, now there's a lot of space without any music. But if you talk while you're playing the music, you're now disrupting part of, well, the sound. And it's like, man, I don't know. I'd like to see, this is not, there's no responsibility here. This is just like sort of an ideal thing. I would like, I wouldn't want this to be work, but like, I'd be very happy with a situation where the people in chat, there's enough people and enough people who are active and like open about these things to speak and continue the conversation while I'm playing. And then like, let's say after I'm done playing, jump in and like add stuff in, and then go back to playing and sort of do that. But that relies on, that actually puts some responsibility, if you want to use that word, on the people in chat. But it's never anyone's responsibility, depending on what you mean by, except for the streamers to like control how things go. So it's kind of tough. But then I was doing this on the piano, and it just went for like a couple hours of me just doing this while talking about stuff. But I really enjoyed it. There's also that, I don't want people to feel ignored. One of the times I'll basically always like talk over myself playing still is when someone leaves a stream. If someone enters the stream and says hi, it means I most likely have time. They're not gonna leave before I finish playing the song, so I can say hi after. But if someone's about to leave, if someone's like, all right, I'm heading out, well, then I should probably say something now, or else they're gonna be gone by the time I say anything. Also, I realized this chord. Edja, thank you for the bits. I've played this, so this chord is the exact chord. It's that B flat major 9 chord. And I played it before. It's the teen. I don't know how I didn't realize it right away. It's the not flat 9. Or B flat. Wait, did I say B or B flat? B flat major 9. But this is the teen drama chord. When something happens and it goes to transition. One of the best friends just like found out that they were lied to, and it goes like, and they like pause for way too long as it slowly fades out. The Degrassi chord, it's perfect. Degrassi is like the epitome of teen drama. Or also, I mean, I always think of Boy Meets World. Like, it's like, I can't believe you said that. Or maybe one of them's doing something and it's like, and then it cuts the other one and it's also like, that's it. But there's something about it. It certainly doesn't feel like a major chord. Just ruin that chord. No, but it's so nice. No, don't let me ruin it. It's such a nice chord. Because it like perfectly fits that situation. Also, Kush, thank you for that 10 bits. It can be a few different things. It can be, there is some, like, yeah, potentially like nostalgic stuff to it, but there's some sort of I don't know, pain or discomfort involved. Reflective thought, yeah, yes, yeah. Reflective, thoughtful, hopeful. There is the... Topanga. That's like, I picture Corey's face too. He's like, hey. It has a slightly different feel with this. What if we had some reverb? Wait a second. I play something. I was literally just playing something on the piano. No, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, this is Whoops. No, you said. Oh, sorry. You said F B flat, F E flat. That was the same chord? Right? Is the same as. That's one of the things that's so tough about guitar. Is that doing this, then you have to go. I don't really have much of a choice but to maybe go. This stuff is way harder for me on guitar. It's like so tricky. Oh, that's it. I can't remember how. Right, something like that, like that. Hola, Annie. Right, something kind of like that. I was just using that. It's another fun thing I like to do with improvising and stuff. Just like have everything match up with a single motive. It doesn't have to be exact, but just leap up, leap down, and then some sort of smaller motion down, maybe. Or just maybe up, down, down. Thanks, Xiao. Like the fireplace, thanks. I just added a new monitor here, so now I have this one freed up. I spend Guys, I spent way too long. Not way too long, but way longer than I thought finding a good fireplace thing for this. You know how many fireplaces there are just on YouTube? Like, there's that. Oh, but there's also this one. Huh? Huh? I thought that flame was a little intense, though. What's up, Grizzly Bear? I thought this one was a little intense. Right? Wasn't the biggest fan of that one. This one's a little dim. Also, this one's a little dim. And, like, the frame rate is weird or something like that. Right? Like, what's going on here? Frame rate's different. This one's like... the log's very big. Yeah, they're different. Like, I've never looked... And these are just like kind of the four I was just like looking at right before the stream. There are websites for this. The clarity... Here's another one. Like, you thought fires were just fires, or maybe you didn't. But like, this is not the same. That's not the same. Not the same at all. I'm still not used to using multiple fireplaces? What's going on here? Wait, this isn't the one I want, right? Yeah. Wait, I think I gotta do this now? There we go. Alright. Very important though. Very important. There was another one too that was like, it was flickering. It was like, the resolution was too high. I was looking at it, I was like, this is too clear. It was like, the fire was like sharp. Oh, I'm gonna play two things. I sent these videos to you, but I fear me, roar. Hello, roar. Yeah, exactly. I want it to be calming. I want it to be nice, like pretty clear resolution, even though it's gonna be, I don't know, kind of blurry because it's sort of in the background, right? Yeah, you guys probably wouldn't have been able to tell. It's actually so here because it's like, it's so here. It's so clear here because it's in 4K. That's right. I'm gonna play two video game songs. I'm curious. it's a classic. What's up, Ajax? And what is going on, Stage Manager? Yeah, I knew that was one you always liked. So the thing you played, because you were doing something like that, like. So I heard that sound. It reminded me of that, and also reminded me of this, another classic that people are gonna know here. Oh, did you? That makes sense. You can actually do some different things. I could use these notes when I'm in it. Hey, thanks, Rich. And welcome, Satan Milky. That's a cute emote. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like, G. It's like on F. It's like, what do you play? Like, using those flats does make it sound like makes it sound more intense. You like my version of, oh, thanks. Dude, what was I gonna say during that? Oh, it reminds me, dude, Rich, you've been doing. I've been watching you do so many of the randomizer things that Zelda's Lullaby thing in C minor feels like it feels like its own song now. I hear this and it's like it doesn't feel like a version of Zelda's Lullaby anymore. Pretty cool content source. Yeah, that's actually that's funny. That's like a very that's a good way to think about it. I remember in like one of my classes in college, we were just the teacher just had us essentially list out all the ways you could possibly. We were talking about variations, theme and variations, but also just kind of variations in general. And it was like how many different things can you change about a song or a melody? And one of those things is the tonality. So you can most commonly, like, from if something's in a minor key, make it major, or from major to minor. How does that? Guys, I'm honestly like pretty tired. I stayed up way too late. 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 doing totally important things that totally couldn't have waited till another time. Also, this stream was like really intense for a few different reasons. The conversations going on, I personally really enjoyed it. I liked seeing everyone interacting and talking about different stuff, and like a lot of people I was very surprised at the things people were willing to talk about. And the things they were willing to, because like a lot of people said a lot of, I guess to put it one, like very personal things, very personal things that just would leave them exposed to strangers on the internet. So I'm glad that people felt okay doing that. Also, yeah, sleep earlier than 3. Yeah, I know it's. I was up even later. Because then I just got the idea to like. I was like, I really should. I was like, wait, I can hook up this monitor I have. I have a TV. I was like, I can use this as a monitor, right? So I figured that out while watching Rich do a randomizer. Deep conversations are the best. I agree, and they can be tough for a few reasons. It's risky, and I get scared sometimes if I don't know the exact people that like I'm talking with. And so when you're doing something on a stream, you're open. Anybody can say whatever, and not only and even if it's like, I know I won't say anything wrong. What if other people do? And what if it's not just two random people? What if it's two people who've been around the stream for years or something, and they start fighting over something because I don't know. Who knows what can happen? It's like, it can be scary. At least for me, I get scared. It's like, oh man, is the conversation worth it? But a part of me feels like it is. Because if not, I could just shut up and say nothing, and that would be safe, but that's also not very fun. And that's kind of just like life in general, and that was part of what we were talking about. Because as the streamer, you're like responsible for everything, and you kind of need to like, you need to be the referee. The piano in the background. That was interesting because I'm not very good at piano, so I wasn't like, for those who don't know, Hannah is another streamer on Twitch, relatively new, and she does something I think is super unique and interesting. I know I wasn't expecting it the first time I came in the stream, where she'll does essentially all like improvisation, original stuff for the most part. But then had like a question of the day, and again, it wasn't, what was one of them? It's like, how would you like to be remembered one day? And like, that's not a simple question. And I think that sort of thing's great. But she can actually like play the piano at the same time. I was stuck. I was sort of like doing this. I was sort of talking with just like chord shapes, and it would just be like, open dialogue should always be worth it. I mean, you would hope, and that's why I think why you put should in quotations. I mean, I certainly know for myself, I actively like, I'll listen to anybody. In fact, I can get quite bored sometimes when the only people I'm talking to are just people who agree with me. It's like, that's no fun. And there are a lot of people who I like, who really care about, and who I'm really close with and stuff, and sometimes I just like fundamentally disagree with them on things, but like I almost couldn't care. Like I just don't care. And almost in a selfish way, if you want to, like, it's better for you too. Okay, so it's like, what are the chances that you know everything and you're right about everything the first time you think about it? You're just right about everything. What are the chances? Pretty low? Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so it doesn't mean you're wrong about everything, and it doesn't mean that every time someone disagrees with you, it's because you're wrong and they're right, and you should just change everything you think. But like, man, I think it'd be better for everybody. But you can even make it selfish. It's better for you if you listen to people you disagree with. Just like listen to what they're saying. And perhaps something will pop up that you haven't thought of before. Just perhaps. People change their minds all the time. Yeah, there's my dad thinks that people never change their minds, and that's literally not true, because I exist, and I've changed my mind about a lot of things. Also, it doesn't have to be changing minds necessarily. Sometimes it can just be like understanding things, where you may still believe what you. This happens to me more than changing my mind, I guess, where it's like I still end up in the end, I'd say I still like believe the same thing, but perhaps I don't think about it the same way. And yeah, being able to separate ourselves and the other people from their ideas, I think, is important. I know there are people who are actively like against that, and I'm not really sure what to say in that situation, but learning new info at a later time makes opinions evolve. Yeah, and it's just like you can also just learn something too, or like, you know, I was saying before when you asked the question, how can someone believe there? How can someone do that or something? It's like, well, ask the question. Not as a rhetorical question. Try to answer the question you ask. Take it seriously. How could someone think that? It's like, well, they do. So someone thinks it. So why do they think that? And if you can't answer it, then you obviously don't know something. It's not that you're wrong, but just you have to not know something. Right? You agree that a person thinks this thing, and you also can't answer why, so you must not know something. There's something you're not aware of, because that person does believe it. And it's not because they're stupid and you're smart. Trust me. Now, they may be stupid and you may be smart, but it's not because they're stupid and you're smart. Yeah, you're probably more similar in ways than you're different, and also, it also seems like people tend to argue about things that they're not even talking about the same thing. They're just like, they don't realize it. I brought this up on stream a bunch of times before. Or perhaps someone is saying something that they don't actually think, but it's not because they're wrong in what they feel, but their ability to articulate what's abstract in their mind, they're not doing, for potentially a whole bunch of reasons, they're not doing the best job of actually saying what they think, because using language can be difficult to describe things that we can't even like see or touch. So sometimes people can even like feel the right thing, and they just say something and they don't actually they don't even represent themselves the best. And then someone sort of rightfully disagrees with what the person said, because the person said something, again, that's like wrong, but like you don't disagree with the person, you like just kind of disagree with like part of what they said. Or people focus on different things. They focus on different parts of these things. Or people think that someone they're talking to is just like the other person they talk to who seems to hold the same general, seems to fall into the same category. There's like all these problems. I'm not sure what to do about it. I don't think it's something you can do about it. I'm gonna solve disagreements. It's like you're better off solving, world hunger, and you have a better chance ridding the world of all violence and poverty and before you. Yeah, I'd say that's not a good way to you can just agree. I mean, sometimes you need to see what the situation is, who you are, who you're with, who that person is, whether you kind of got to gauge whether they're willing to, engage with you in a way that you think may be productive. Is it the right time? Is it the right place? Oftentimes, the internet can, for sometimes just very, very real reasons, can be difficult. I'm at an advantage that I have an advantage that all of you don't have. I get to talk. So I get to explain things much quicker than you do. I also get to bring attention to whatever I want here. So I get to highlight certain things. So it's not fair in that sense. So that's one thing. But let's say you wanted to talk about something, and Hannah said, I feel like so much polarization today is a result of limiting people to their cultural beliefs. So she's gotta type that. You gotta read it. You gotta read this, ignoring the fact that everyone is constantly changing, and you're gonna respond to that, but other people are gonna respond to that, and then presumably she has to respond to her responses, and other people are gonna see those, and it's like, how are you gonna do this? How are you actually gonna do this? How are you gonna do it? Even if everyone could type super fast, then the chat's gonna go and you're not gonna be able to read it. Or you can't do it. It's just but I don't think it means you can't talk at all. It helps you out on your laptop. Imagine someone's autocorrect, no. Although I guess that sounded more like the Nokia phones from the early 2000s, where it's I haven't. Wait, what's the eyebrows for? Because I. But it'd still be nice to I don't know. I feel like I like sharing thoughts. I don't know, people. I think about things a lot, arguably too much. I'd say to it too much. But I'd like to, I guess, make the best use of that. And share ideas and hope, and if the ideas are good, maybe it can affect some people. And I'm not going to change the world, because no one really is, but I'd still like to make it somewhat better. Instead of making, right, that's better than doing nothing. Or just have people think or change, because that's another thing. You may not change someone's mind, or maybe you will, but it probably won't happen right away. You're not gonna be oh, I said this thing, and the person's gonna be oh my god, I no longer think what I just fundamentally believed just a second ago. All right, that's not gonna happen. But sometimes it's just something sticks with a person. They're and that thought, and it's oh man, that person. That happens to me all the time. I'm point. Like, that is something to think about. If you yell loud enough, yeah. Oh, which actually gets me. This is something a long time ago I realized was really important. I realized this while, strangely enough, I came to this realization playing Call of Duty online. And if no one has played, you know, Call of Duty online, I don't play too many things online where there's voice chat anymore. Maybe it's the same, maybe it's better, maybe it's worse, but boy, was it the Wild West. Oh my God. If you want to hear horrible things, if you want to hear humans just like speaking horribly to each other, just a lobby, a Modern Warfare lobby on Xbox Live. It's like... But for some reason, amidst the chaos of this, I sort of thought of something. It was like, let's say your goal is to change someone's mind. Let's say you're like, I want to make everyone believe what I believe. Okay? Let's just assume that's a good goal, which it isn't, but let's just say it is. Let's just say you just want to change everyone's mind. Okay. People typically don't make it easy for someone to even change their mind. They make it as hard as possible, whether they realize it or not. For one, they will most likely insult the person. They'll make the person feel bad if they end up changing their mind. Or they totally disincentivize them from doing the thing that they claim to like want the person to do. And so what I used to do, almost for this weird pleasure, I would try to make people on Xbox Live like not fight. And one of the things I would do is I would like tell people this. I would try to tell, it's like, try to explain this idea that like, man, if you want this person to change, like you should make them want to be on your team, right? That's like kind of how it is. Like they're on the other team, you're fighting, like you want them to be on your team. Then like be nice to the person. Then they're gonna want to be on your team. What do you think? You're just gonna call them names and all of the deepest, worst insults possible, and then you expect them to go, yeah, you're right, I'm gonna be on your side. It's like, no way, dude. Like, no way. It's not gonna happen, or at least you're not giving yourself a good chance of it happening. And so, like, man, if you disagree with someone, and someone may say, well, this is really important, or like they really think this person really thinks something bad. I think it's just a terrible idea. It's like, okay, that's okay. Okay, then you should be even nicer to that person because it's even more important that you get them to change their mind or at least see differently. So like instead of using that as a justification for being worse, it should mean it's even more important. It's sort of like if you're in a bad situation. Okay. Let's say you're just like hanging out with friends, everything's all nice. People can use whatever language. You can Have you ever been in like a good mood? Like a really good mood? And something inconsequential happens? And almost like with a smile or something, you're like, oh shit, like, oh, it sucks, I totally messed at it. Like, you swear, you like, oh, this is the worst. Like, you almost in a playful way, like, focus on the negative thing, but like, it's not really that big of a deal. Not even like you just let it slide. You just like actually don't care. Like, it's almost like, I'm struggling to like explain, but it's almost like fun or something. You have a lot of leeway when things are going well. When you're in a good mood, when everyone else is in a good mood, you're all in a comfortable place. That's when you can be like, almost like most negative. You would think it'd be the opposite. that when things are the worst, everyone's the most pissed off and the most irritable and in the most dire and desperate of situations, that's when you should be the most negative. It's like, no, that's when you need to be the most positive. And you don't have any time to be like, you don't have the luxury of being able to like make things any worse than they are. But that's typically not how we do it for obvious reasons. And so like it was happening with like with COVID and stuff. Things are really bad. It's like, okay, yeah. So that means right now is when we need to like panic the least. No, but it's like really bad. It's like, okay, then we need to panic even less. Like this situation's terrible. It's like, oh, then yeah, we really need to make sure we're like as calm as possible. No, this is really important. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, so very, yes. So yeah, we should be very as calm as we can be. Like you don't have to be calm when things are going well. Like, you know, you just do whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter. It's like if you think about sort of an extreme version, you're on like a battlefield, actual life and death, perhaps inches away or something like that. That is not the time to panic. And you may go, but this is the worst situation. These people are just dying. Our men are dying around here. This person, we just lost Sanchez. We just lost Sanchez and Miller. It's like, yeah. And if we don't chill, we're all gonna be lost. And it's like, that's the time when you have to be like the most strict and calm and like and reasonable. Even though it's the time when you're gonna most likely be the most irrational and out of control. Also F in the chat for Sanchez and Miller, but what's up, Prag? And I'm someone who I do this all the time. Meaning like I don't sort of like listen to my own words. Because these things are like, it's about emotion. It's like difficult to do. I'm so magical. Oh, thanks, Prag. No, you're magical. And so basically I wish people could just like talk about things. How did I end up playing Zelda's Lullaby? It is, Hannah. I think it's unfortunate. Where are these these kind words coming from? Amazing, handsome, out of this world, unique, filled with quality, legendary, legendariness. Thanks, Brack. So, and like this is things obviously aren't balanced. Well, I appreciate spreading the love is good. There's definitely not an excess of love. Things don't seem to be, I know what you're getting at, and things don't seem to be balanced, unfortunately. But there's, things also aren't that simple, and it also depends on what the topic is, or almost more like the nature of it. I know what you mean though, Renzo, I know what you mean. This is, you know what? Maybe this is an example of where I'm responding to what I think your words mean, which may be a bad idea. But I'm almost not taking your words literally. I'm almost responding to what I think you're feeling, as opposed to what your words are like literally saying. It can also change based on your your location, both in the world and stuff, and you know, maybe just the place you work or something like that. It was like that for me, where one of the places I worked. I thought I was quite unfortunate. There's a lot of traps we can get into as humans. One of the things I do with you know, my therapist and just like friends and stuff too is I bring up ideas to them, to like a sort of outside observer, to go, how reasonable is this thing that I'm thinking? Because you can get trapped, always sort of thinking you're right. But you can then also overthink things and get trapped always thinking you're wrong. And it leads to this, like, I don't know what you call it, but it's just like, just complete chaos of thought. Where you can't say anything for certain, and it's just like, it's just like a totally unstable and like not good. And so I try to fight against things like, this doesn't seem right. Like, let's say you get the thought, everyone's wrong and I'm right. It's like, that should be a red flag. That, let me at least check. Let me like think about this for a second. Is it really that everyone's wrong and I'm right? Maybe. It's not impossible. But it could be that you're wrong there. So instead of just being like, I'm always wrong there, or I'm always right there, it's like, let me see if I can. It's like, let me just check. Let me like yeah, and it's like, be open about it. Let me bring this up with someone. Let me see what's going on here. Because as lame as this sounds, when it comes to, you know, like people disagreeing and being on sort of like different teams, is that like it's kind of it's all just a what's the word? It's like all just a trick. You know, we're not really actually on like different teams. Whether you like it or not, you know we're not on different sides. We are all like very dependent and reliant on each other. We can all have big impacts on each other, whether we like it or not. It's probably not best to try to beat the person on your own team. In that sense. But I fear that sometimes, perhaps out of pride, perhaps out of ego, something like that, people try to win. They treat situations and thoughts and conflict and stuff as if it's a game to either win or lose, instead of situations where you're just trying to actually have things turn out the best in the end. Well, the reason I said it might not be ego, so like there are times when it may not be. Like you may just be on a team. You may be on a team and perhaps you didn't have much of a team for whatever reason as you were growing up, and you have now a team. If you think certain things, you'll be accepted on the team. And you're gonna have a tendency to defend those things. Because you want, I've seen it with my, I've seen it like up close with my, I've seen this happen. And people will say and do things to not be kicked off the team. And I get it, because we're like, I get it. I promise I get it. And I'm not saying that in a dismissive way. It doesn't feel good to not fit in. It doesn't feel good to not be part of some team. Like, if you want to use the term tribe, like if you don't have, like, if you find your tribe in your group, like, it's not so easy to be like, well, who cares if you're just lonely? It's like, who the hell wants to be lonely? Like, what the... Besides some, I don't know, monks or something who are like, who are seeking out isolation for a very specific reason. In a certain sense, a sort of controlled way. Alone in their bubble. Yeah, or something like, well, you can maybe put it like this. I'll try to do this without any specifics. Not because, actually, none of you guys are going to even know, but you know, one of the things I'm specifically thinking about with someone who's close is like, the people didn't actually care about them. The people didn't actually care about him. It was just like, so it just, these people appeared to be friends because they just weren't quite enemies. And it was better to have that sort of thing be there than nothing at all. I just can't pick between the two, Ajax. It's just something that I'm not going to choose because it just doesn't need to be that way. It's just like... both of those are bad. And I know it's not like maybe the fun answer or something, but if I were to answer your question, I would just be lying to you. Like, I could say the words, I'd be like, avoiding disagreements at all costs, but I actually wouldn't, I'd literally just be lying to you. No matter what response I give, I'm lying. If I agree to one of those. I actually don't hate either of them. I don't know if hate's the right, I don't think hate's the right word, but... yeah, and it doesn't have to be, that can almost be a problem with disagreeing. Is someone presents you and, presents you with either this or that. So it's like, you know, a false dichotomy. When that's not really how the situation is. And a lot of times that doesn't take the form of the question that Ajax asked. Do you like this or do you like that? It seems to often take the form of they just ask you one of those things, and if you disagree, they assume the other. So let's say Ajax were to go, do you think avoiding fights at all costs is good? I go, no, I don't think you should avoid them at all costs. Oh, so you think you should always fight? That's like more common. You don't think this, then you must think the opposite. It's like, what? In the what? That's how I find myself being like, you know, speaking of tribes and stuff, like being pushed away from so many people. It's like I got two like absolute things on each side, and they're like, do you think this absolute? I'm like, no. You fucking damn it, get out of here. I'm sorry, get out of here. And so I like go over to the other place, and they're like, so you think this, right? Right? Those people hate you, right? They're ridiculous what they say over there. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, they're crazy. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to say. I mean, I just don't agree with that. And they're like, yeah, we don't agree with it either. We think this. And I'm like, well, no, not that. Like, what? Get out of here. Then you get, like, no. No, I'm just saying, not them either. Not you. I hate you guys. I hate you both. Yeah, leave me alone. You guys are dumb. Jesus Christ. That, at least... I mean, if you want to use that, it's like everyone who disagrees with me is a white supremacist. No, everyone who disagrees with me is a communist. It's like, is it really what we're dealing with here? Is this really? So you even said it, or yeah, it's like, is this really what's happening here? Like, I'm not sure this is the reality of our situation. Like, I don't think this is beneficial. If for some reason, I just can't choose because I don't think it's. Well, that's why I don't know, trying to spread, I don't know, some message of like understanding or something. And it should really come from, as like, maybe as counterintuitive as it is, but like, from like recognizing all the ways in which you must be flawed. Even if you don't, like, it typically is, like, you may not realize it unless you ask the questions or ask to say something out loud. Something like, hey, do you think you're always right about every single thing ever? Something like that. Is when is an example of someone being sort of forced to acknowledge some potential flaws. Also, I was talking with someone who was like thinking about therapy after, after something really difficult that they were going through. They're like, I don't know if it's worth it. It's like, it's probably worth it even if you didn't have any problems whatsoever, because anyone can like improve. Anyone can, and everybody has something annoying. I try to think about it too, like not putting people on pedestals. Like, dude, there must have been something about Bach. He must have said types of things or something like that. Probably did something annoying where it's like, Johann, I swear to God, like, there must have been people who are like annoyed with him for like good reason. Like, or it's like friends of his just like, oh my God, dude, Johann, shut the hell, like, oh my God, dude, is he gonna go on about this again? Like, oh my God, dude, you're just stupid. Like, I don't care, Johann, like, shut up. He must have been, like, if not, then he was perfect, and like, he wasn't, he just wasn't, he couldn't have been. Also, you're gonna be part of my non-extreme alcoholic, yeah. The only rule about the non-extreme club that I have is that you must agree with everything I say. It's the only way you can be in the club. What? What are you talking about? What? Deal? See? Annie's down with it. Annie's down with it. Space Cow, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. It is, I don't know what's happened. The stream today has been crazy. Also, I need to eat food, but I've played so many arpeggios today, it's insane. I don't know. Maybe it's like foolish or something, but again, I've been, I don't want to say deeply troubled, but I'm like tempted to kind of use that like kind of ridiculous idolizing people and expecting them to be flawless. Yeah. I think it's a way in which you can take a sort of what could be thought of as a religious principle, and without adhering to a particular religion, still apply it. So what I mean by that is you can attempt to not worship false idols or idolize or see any human as above human or super or as divine, because, well, they're just not going to be. And you're going to run into problems, and you're going to be, it's foolish to do so. Yeah, there's, and I mean, those two, I see how you're connecting them, because I see something even different. Like I could think about those as like separate things too. I wish I'm joking. Well, think about it. Like, dude, did you see how awkward Elon Musk is? No, don't look at an interview with him. Look at Elon Musk on Saturday Night Live and still tell me he's perfect. Which is not to say anything about like someone who has, you could attribute it to like what I'm talking about to like having Asperger's, at least to a certain degree. But like, you really think he's like a perfect, a perfect human? He doesn't have any issues, and not even like that is something wrong, but like you think his life is perfect, and that he's a flawless manifestation of what it would be to be the ideal human? Like, I certainly don't think so. Well, there's that too, Ren Swag, which is, I think people do that to themselves a lot, almost more than others would do to them. Maradona is better than Pele. Oh man, they're talking about some weird sport again. Thank you, Seven. Not separating people from their ideas and beliefs. Yeah. That's part, yeah, I mean... Welcome back, Anti-Creativity. is far from perfect. If we could somehow have Earths where every individual is a replica of just one clone individual, the world would be the better one. Wait, I think that's actually to respectfully disagree. I think that's a don't be tricked. Don't be tricked. I have a quote. I was only half joking. And it was like, oh my god, if there were only like people like me in the world, / if I ruled the world, everything would crumble and fall apart. Oh my god, it would be a disaster. Oh my god. It would be terrible. It would be so bad. It'd be so bad. It'd be so bad. I promise you I'm not being humble. Oh my god, it would be so bad. The pentatonic stuff can be like, especially because I keep playing stuff in like in F sharp, and so then there's a tendency to use these keys. Which I guess is nice if I'm trying to talk and like maybe can't think too much, to just like, for saying more than a few minutes. Haha, but you got stuck. Yeah, there's also that worrying about the change that would. There's a reasonable likely, like it's reasonably likely to think that you'd be a different person, but well, you wouldn't be a different person, but just other parts of you would be allowed to be unleashed. You know, I used to think I wished I was I thought when I was younger that it'd be awesome if I, you know, was like, I don't know. You know, think about like the rock star life. Dude, rich and famous, touring around, like no, like, just where? Oh, I'd probably be a mess. Me personally. So many bad parts of me would have probably run wild. And we do need different. That's like one of the almost more simple ones. Like, not only are we not, even if we were perfect, we'd still like perfect, or maybe better, flawless, because you can be flawless without encompassing everything, if that makes sense. But yeah, because you know what? You know what I don't want to do? And I had mentioned this to Hannah before. Like, I have a friend who, like, loves money and, like, the stock market and property and stuff like that. Not money like I need things, but just, like, he loves the flow of money. Because it's a really complex system. I don't. It doesn't get me going. And so, if everyone was like me and I ruled the world, everything would crumble. Oh my god, who would take care of all the financial stuff? The world, oh my god, I would lead us into a depression. Oh, I'd tank the entire species. I'd ruin everything. I don't want to do that like, don't put me, I don't want to spend my life doing that. Dude, get someone else to do it. Now, fortunately, there are people who are all about that. Oh man, let them do it. I'm not doing that. And let me do this, because I'm sure there are people who are just like, oh my god, he sits there and just like does, oh my god, music is so, like, it's so worthless and like boring. Like, what does it actually do? What does it actually say? Like, I just don't, you know, C flat major scale symphony philharmonic. It's like boring. Like, think about how many people I bore talking about nerdy music stuff. Like, so it's like, perhaps we should, or like, you ever, played an RPG or something? What kind of team is it when you don't have a healer or any person has a strength and magic and everyone's just like all like offensive physical damage types? Like, yeah, great team. Yo, your party sucks. Like, man, if that doesn't show people, if talking about video games doesn't show people why it's good that we're individuals, I don't know what will. Dude, if the world was just all musicians, again, everything would crumble. Everything would crumble. It's bunch of, oh my god, nothing would get done. Oh my god, it'd be a mess. Everyone would be hungry, no one's getting food. Oh, I'm straight, like, oh my god, it'd be a mess. Be a mess. Oh my god. What's up, Cal? No, but even if we take in like a sort of less poetic sense, like all like everyone's just like focused on art and stuff. It's like, dude, what happens when one of these artists gets sick? I'll heal you with music, man. It's like, no, you don't get it. I'm dying. I have an infection. I'm dying. No, man, just listen to this chord, man. Isn't it beautiful? It heals you. It's like, and they're coughing up blood. Like, I need a doctor. And it's like, no, man. All you need is this chord. Oh, man, just listen to this harmony. It's like, and you turn back and the person's dead. And you're like, oh, man, they just weren't. It's like, that's what would happen. Like, oh, man, no, man. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, what a bummer that guy was. Yeah, they just weren't on our level. They just didn't know enough beer. They just... You know what? Nightbot just doesn't get it sometimes. That's much nastier. Now that would cure that person's disease. Just listen to this chord, man. Music would be so meaningful. I think it would. I don't see why that would change it. What's up, Poutine? Possibly get more hands. What is with the guys coming into the chat today complimenting my appearance? I mean, not that you know where I've gotten the most physical compliments ever? I'm not even kidding. I'm like kind of saying it's a funny thing, but gay bars. See? Rent Swag knew what was coming. Gay bars. And they're all like, hey, how are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm just in line for the bathroom. I just saying, I appreciate it, but I'm just here with some friends. I just like, oh, that's a shame. I'm like, I It's a shame. Dude, it's a shame. Like, blushing a bit. I'm blushing. I've been live for almost 6 hours. I need food. I'll be back Wednesday. He's going to... It is, Annie. Yeah. Or just when I want to get hit on, when I'm sick of when I don't feel like getting rejected. Or rejected / just being anxious about like, being frozen, like wanting to say something, like also not wanting to say something, not wanting to be at the bar, but also not wanting to not be there because you want to be you don't want to be at home, you don't want to be doing nothing, you want to do something about your situation, but this doesn't seem to be yeah. Went to a gay party? I've never been to. I didn't know they had. I didn't know they had gay parties, but I didn't. What kind of? I'm just thinking, to a gay party, like. Oh, I'm sure it was a hoot. Okay. No, I really should, now it's my turn to get the thirsty fellas to pay for my drinks, right? I can't even really complain. It's not like I bought too many drinks. I would just typically stand there paralyzed with, thought loops. There's a clip. Wait. There's a perfect example. Of just 1 second. It's totally worth it. Somewhere here. There are so many ridiculous clips. Oh my God. Where is this? You know, this clip section is just me being ridiculous. What's it even going to be called? One second. Does this still exist? One second. Measurements, rate timing, Brian Cox, the gamer. Remember that gamer girl thing? Star Wars slums of Huh. Damn it, I can't find it. Oh, wait. It might be on my I might be able to check it on my Instagram. The slums of Twitch, maybe. Maybe. I'm thinking of the clip where it's me asking someone out. And I had Tchaikovsky playing. Hold on. I think it's on my Instagram. Except I don't know where is it this? No. No, it's actually probably on my Twitter. This is becoming, see, as time goes on. Did I say asking out? I meant just like asking someone for like the classic like, you want a drink? Can I get you a drink? It's gonna be one of these. I mean, it's gonna be me being stupid. Because that's all this is. Musical theater. Oh, here it is. Oh my God, dude. What is wrong with me? All right. Oh. This is totally how things went. Okay, all right. Hold on. Hopefully this isn't super loud. I'm just curious, small chance, do you like Fuchs?
I mean, I kind of.
This is how I refer.
How do I? Will you marry me?
What?
I mean, nothing. I mean,
God,
yes. I mean, can I get you a drink? Sorry, that's stupid. You're already drinking something. I'm just curious. Small chance. Do you like?
Also, by the way, that sound was not added afterwards. I set it up. I just pulled up the video and like, as we were listening to it, it got to that part and I pretended to do it. Wasn't I gonna get? I know. That's why I'm setting up for the ending song because I gotta go. Yeah. Although now it's been like 4.5 hours since I played, so we'll see how this goes. Yeah, that's right. Study the pickup artist. The pickup artist. All right, let's do this. I appreciate everyone hanging out and engaging in civil dialogue and just being respectful to each other, feeling comfortable to share different things. But now we must have the ending song, even though Riven just got here. Hey, the Lurkin's cool too. You can say no. So for one, Oblivion, don't worry. You're not the only boomer here. This is a boomer-friendly zone. This is a boomer-friendly zone. And if you spend enough time and ask enough questions, you will learn the weird ways of Twitch, because boy is this platform weird. And thank you for all the hearts, everybody. It really is a nice way to end the streams. As, well, you know, if you don't believe me, ask some people who've been here when it's been like, we end the stream and it's like, sometimes literally like 2 people, like, I'm like, and it's like, oh man. Especially after doing such a stream that's so much different than the way we usually do it. Raven, I know it's been ending up, as I've streamed earlier, it's been like that, but I guess because I'm going a little late. That you've been coming in later. Where should I put it? Oh, geez. I don't know if that fits. Or I guess if it's a link to a Google Drive folder, okay, it does. Yeah, I mean, you can just put the link. Access to all the music ever. I have a folder of music. Yeah, what kind? It's just music. It's just all of it. I don't know. Where would you put that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Music which speaks to you? Something like that, maybe? I don't know. Oh, I want to do some Santiago de Murcia stuff. De Murcia. You tried to learn it in college? It's tough. I mean, I think anything you try to take to a really high level would be difficult, but yeah, it is not. Man, it's rough. It's rough. It is rough, but thank you. I appreciate it. Let me find someone to raid. Should we raid XQC? He's playing Grand Theft Auto 5 for 92.3 thousand people. All right. Let's see. I'm literally following almost 1,400 people, so it takes a bit to scroll through this. Then I also think way too much about who to raid, so just add that extra time in there. Yeah, I changed the schedule thing too, so yeah, I'll be back Wednesday. I changed it to 4 days a week, so I gotta put more time, at least right now, into doing like offline stuff. Because just grinding out things live and like sort of using my energy just all on that is like not not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Music which speaks. Okay, cool. Thank you. We're gonna go over to Anvari's stream. They've been streaming forever. I feel like they were OGs when I first got on the platform, and I had the pleasure of getting to hang out with them at the first TwitchCon I went to. Oh yeah, the stereo thing can be tough when especially when I do something like this or when I do have to be more careful about being centered, not just when I'm playing, but almost more so when I'm talking. Wait, so one it's one professor's. It must be like what, just years and years of collected, like his stuff collected. One person collecting 2 gigs of written music. Those files are like usually so small. Jeez. Also, yeah, if anyone has Amazon Prime, if anyone would like to support the stream in terms of subscribing and stuff, it definitely helps. If not, there are ways to support for free by following and checking stuff out on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and all those fun things. Like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, comment if you disagree or agree. Let me know what you think in the comments. Can you tell I'm passionate about promotion? Can you tell? Let me know what you think in the comments. Do you disagree or agree? Let me know what you think in the comments. I can only do that stuff like as a joke, which is like this channel trailer. I've said this before. The channel trailer was me doing my impression of a YouTuber, and I ended up using it because it was the only one where I wasn't like, "Hey, I'm Jamie Schneff. I play music. I do lots of different things here." It's like, wow, do I not exude lots of energy? Jeez. But I don't know what to tell you. It's typically not me. Yeah, I like play the guitar and stuff. No, I like lots of different things. I like lots of different things. You should check out the stream. What's going on, everybody? Oh my god. All right, sorry. So let's say hey to Envari. Thank you all again for hanging out. Hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday at 6 a.m. Yeah, it's super late for you. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday. In the meantime, let's say hey to Corey and Britt. Take care, everybody.